Gonna be doing that in just a moment. So yeah, I think that's everything all caught up. So, you know what? Let's get to it. Hello, bestie.
Hi, bestie.
You excited for a couple hours from now?
Yes.
I'm just really hoping that let me go. Not yet.
Don't know what
Then
that is.
she sent me another portal fix because like people are moving their portals up to the nether roof. Um but because I think their former portals are still within like a certain radius, their portals are connecting.
Oh, I see.
Um
I see. I see.
Not yet. Haven't how do I want to word this? Not yet.
The bamboo raft should be right there.
There we go.
Mm.
Okay. There we go. Um what was I gonna say? I can't remember now.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So I have a couple things for you.
For me?
Yeah. Um
Yay!
so first and foremost, um obviously we're not doing like a ceremony. So here is the document for you to sign.
Oh, yes, yes. Gotta make it official.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Under the eyes of the law, the protectors of jungle and dark forest have been. I'm singing it like it's like the Powerpuff Girls or something. Dark Forest have been brought together in holy matrimony. They will love, protect, and care for one another and their kingdoms until death do they part. Nothing, come Ender Dragon nor Warden, can end this union, save for their time ending on this plane of existence. With this document, they become partners. Okay, okay. I wish I could do a fancy signature in Minecraft, but
I know.
that's not.
You can just delete the lines since the lines will mess it up.
Yeah.
I just put the lines as a placeholder.
I spelled my name wrong.
Okay.
Wait, I'm changing. Okay, yeah. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm doing, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Okay, okay. Here you go.
Thank you.
My last name is Jungle for this.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It's kind of funny what I chose for my last name.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Read what I put for my last name
yeah,
before I finalize it.
let me see, let me see.
It's like
Hey, that's my name.
plagiarization.
Can't believe you.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right, I'll put that somewhere safe. And then I also have some wedding gifts for you.
What,
Yeah.
bestie? Or should I say,
Hubby.
hubby? Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Oh, this is my ring.
It's your ring.
Yeah. Then where these?
Deco. I don't know if you had any yet, but I have no use for it, so I figured I'd give it
I
to
have
someone close
no
to me that
armor.
would.
I don't have anything. I did manage to get a decent bit of iron
Well,
like
I knew you'd have
legs.
use for the boots, but
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have no
yeah.
use for the emerald, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know,
No, I want
can't
the
trade or
boots.
anything. So
Yeah, yeah. You can't trade at all.
not with villagers.
What's your origin?
Evoker.
Oh, so okay. I'm sensing a pattern here.
What's the pattern?
Because Scar can't either, so it's any hostile mobs or like origins inspired by hostile mobs.
Oh,
Or I guess not hostile specifically, but you know what I mean.
right, right.
Yeah, yeah,
Why do you? I don't know if I think the undead might be able to, but I'd have to ask Ray.
yeah. I don't know that, but
I'm not sure.
interesting
Interest.
nonetheless. So what do we do now, bestie?
All right. I'm gonna put the marriage certificate in my book chest for now. Did you get a chance to look at the enchanted books I have in here?
I did not. I haven't been over here yet.
Right up here.
Where's your?
This top
Oh,
one. Some of these, like this multi-shot one, is for whatchamacallits, crossbow, so that's not super useful, but like the power 4 knockback 2 one could be useful. Cause
yeah.
the bow you're getting for tonight is I think I checked in the chests. I think they're power 1 infinibows.
Okay.
So you could throw that on last minute.
Right.
Um I wish you might be able to throw the two sharpnesses together and get sharpness 2.
Yeah.
Um if you really can't get like a good protection, the projectile protection might be good. Here, let me separate those.
So much wood.
Yeah. If you ever need wood for any reason, our two biomes are really good for wood, honestly.
Yeah, we have the big fat trees.
Yeah. But other than that, I really couldn't find any like great ones. Although the armor that I ended up getting did really good. Um
That's good.
the only thing I didn't do great on was my axe. I only got sharpness 2 on it.
Mm.
I couldn't get like
I
any good enchantments for my axe, sadly.
Yeah, that's ironic because I want my axe to be my best weapon because
Yeah, me
I'm using
too.
it the most.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think we should mine first and get all the levels we can get, and
Mhm.
then
For
I'll
sure. I
make
just
some
wanted to show
stuff.
you the books.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
can get more books after, but I've got a bunch
Okay.
of torches. Do you need pickaxes?
I have this one that Elias gave me. I have these, and then but I should probably have like a stone or iron one just so I don't use up all the time.
Okay. I have a shit ton of stone because I've been like getting a lot for my walls.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'll take a few just crappy picks so I don't waste.
right.
But other than that, I have torches. I didn't bring a ton of food actually, but we're going back to my place anyway.
Right.
Um,
I can get us more anyway. I've got a lot of wheat
okay.
and
Yeah.
I can if we wanted to, I could cook up some potatoes as well.
Whatever's easier for you. I'm fine.
Uh,
Whatever.
yeah, I'll just make some bread. Bread. Alright, there's 15 bread.
Thank you, thank you.
There you go. Okie
Okay.
dokie.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, lead the way.
Okay. What? Oh, my screen was being weird. I thought I saw a gamer tag that wasn't you.
Hmm.
I love the rain. I hate the rain in real life, but I
Oh,
love the rain in
hello?
Minecraft. What? Hello?
Hello?
Was there a gamer tag
Hello?
after all?
Must have been. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I knew it. I thought I was going crazy.
Around the neighborhood.
Hello. Wait, there you are. Hi. Oh,
Oh,
you're the
hey, Pride.
slime.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
It's been a
I
while.
love the fit.
Yeah. I kind of died a few times.
Oh.
Yeah.
How's it been over in the swamp?
Very far from everyone. But
Yeah, I was gonna
I've
say.
been building my castle. Doing the little silly things. Got a bunch of
Awesome.
packed mud which took
Ooh.
forever.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Are you connected to the Nether Highway or no?
Oh no, I kind of forgot to tell everyone where my thing was, so
Mm.
kind of lonely.
That's fair. There's a lot of people that would help you with that if you do want to announce it.
Yeah, for sure.
I probably might this evening, but you know.
Right.
I've been told my slurp sounds weird over mic.
It does. Oh, whoa.
Uh,
Dual wielding flowers.
love that for you.
I
I
used
love
to
that
have the
you're
blue flowers, but
transparent.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm
I've seen the mod a million times, but it never gets old that you're transparent.
Do you need
I love
anything?
it so
You good?
much.
Not really, just looking through the neighborhood.
Alright.
Okay, well, see ya.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
What is
Are
he
you
yelling
gonna
about?
go in the
Sticks?
sticks?
Oh, okay.
I thought I just went through the house.
There's
I
a,
don't.
there's a block up there. Why is there a block up there? There we go.
Would an Enderman do that?
Probably. They've been doing that a lot. They just keep placing random clay blocks around my house.
That's interesting that it's clay,
Yeah.
of all things.
It's
I've
almost
never
always
seen them-
clay.
I've never seen them do clay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I'm sure they do. But...
Unless maybe someone's trolling me, but...
Right. Yeah. I see dirt all the time on the leaves in the forest. I hate it. I want my jungle clean.
It's so funny hearing the, like, drop sound of you hitting the ground, but not the pain following.
Yeah, I know. I tried doing moss mining.
Moss
For a
mining?
bit. So basically, you put moss down, you bone meal it, and then the blocks surrounding it become moss, and then you break the moss because I can't mine stone.
Oh.
It wasn't that successful. I ran into one cave, but it was small, so.
Mm.
But yeah, it was not super fun. Actually, for aesthetics purpose, I want to continue going this way.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me which way you want me to go, and I'll go.
Yeah. So let's do. Hold on. If we mine into here, we'll get into the cave, and then just keep going from here. So like right here, maybe.
Right here? Down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, bestie.
Of course, bestie.
Yeah, because this is only 57. We still have to go like pretty far down if we want anything good.
Well, it found something.
Oh, that's the one that I.
Oh, same one?
It looks big, but it's
Oh, yeah, that's
a
not that
dead
big.
end.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, there's iron right here.
Oh, hey! I haven't been to this part of it.
Dead end.
Dead end. Okay.
We'll keep going
Need
down.
one piece of iron anyway. Do you have shaders on?
Yeah.
Okay, I assume so.
Makes the ore glow.
Oh, yeah, me too, me too.
Ooh. Yeah, I like that one. Whoop. Whoopsies.
Don't worry. Clay again.
We might have hit something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it might be another lush cave.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. Yeah, I definitely hear mobs.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if, like, hearing them, we can figure out which way.
They're louder up here.
Mm-hmm.
This way? Oh yeah, it's definitely closer. Maybe it's above us? I think it's above us, so be careful, but...
Right here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, it connects over there again. That would make sense.
Some coal right there.
There's gotta be another one, because we didn't find the skeletons.
Oh, I heard him.
It's gotta be over here.
Yeah, hear him somewhere. Oh, you're a bat. What you thinking? Further up?
Sounds really close to here. Sure.
Close to here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's this way? I almost want to say it's still above us, but I can't tell.
Ooh, hear an axolotl now.
Yeah, I didn't find any axolotl in that last cave, so I hope.
I have 2 in a bucket. Or in buckets. I've just been
In a bucket
in a bucket. Oh,
I found it. Kill for best.
ravine.
Oh my gosh, if I push you, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Ooh, I see redstone, so that's a good sign that we're in town.
He was spinning.
I hate this lichen stuff because it looks like diamonds to me,
Hmm.
and it kind of annoys me. Ooh, lapis!
Lapis.
I need blue dye, honestly. Also, the other stuff. And redstone, thank you. That's not a lot, but I'll take it. Ah, fuck. Forgot. I can't mine stone. I do that every 5 seconds.
What you trying to do?
I was just trying to get the iron over here, but tried to get the stone above it like a doo-doo head.
Where you at?
Oh, I'm below you a bit. I'm on the ground.
On the
Oh,
ground.
there was lapis hiding behind here. There's more.
Oh, I see your name. Okay. Ooh.
No. Okay. There's iron up here that I couldn't reach because I can't mine this stuff. Oh wait, I have moss though, so I can just build up. There we go. There's tropical fishes!
Oh. Oh, that's where that is. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Silver lining. Silver lining. Oh, I didn't bring a door for underwater mine. Silly me.
Oh, I always forget to do that.
Yeah, I know. I see it all the time in videos, and I just forget.
I just, like, abandon any thought of even attempting to underwater mine.
Yeah. Which, like, isn't a good strategy. Well, not isn't, but, like, water mining's smart because, like, diamonds especially, like, have a higher spawn rate when there's blocks surrounding them, and that includes water.
Mm-hmm.
So, like... Ow, I hurt my hip.
Wee.
Silver lining. Oh my god. No, I didn't hear a baby zombie. No, I didn't.
Oop.
Ooh, I see gold and stuff, but I'm gonna drown if I go after it, so I can't. What do I do? Look at a fishy.
Oh, wow. It's a lot deeper than I thought it was. Oh, hello, little baby.
Oh no, I'm gonna drown.
Little baby man.
I hear a baby too.
Oh.
Don't die, please. That could have been scary.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
You're okay.
Bestie, the word. Oh. Thanks.
See? You're okay.
Meth sword.
What?
The chat right now. Oh no, there's a skelly over there. Oh, bestie.
Oh, he's on a
chicken.
Oh. Burnt chicken.
Oh,
Oh, he's got the feather.
Oh, bestie.
Got his ass.
I gotta take a break right now.
Gotta breathe. Don't come out here.
I literally came out as you said that.
Okay. Did you get that gold? No, you didn't.
No, I did not. Watch out for 2 creepers over there.
Yeah.
We're friends.
You were saying?
Oh, bestie. I don't think they like you.
No.
Okay, they like me. That's the weirdest thing. It's getting to walk up to creepers. Any axolotls? Bestie!
It's okay. They're blowing up far enough away. I'm alright.
Welcome to the creeper bestie. I kidding.
I get.
Come.
Come, come.
Excuse me. just so much lapis. Is there usually this much lapis in lush caves, or is it just like the level we're on?
There's usually around this much. I'm pretty sure. But also, I'm not like a master at this, so.
Yeah, yeah. Right, for shizzle.
Whee.
Clay should fall like sand.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want it to, but I feel like it should.
Yeah, it should. I feel like it should.
It just feels right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it is more like mud.
Yeah, that's true. It's
Ri-
wet, so it's...
Yeah. Like, I get it.
But it's still, like,
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. Something's up there.
Fuck you, lichen. Every time, it just looks like diamond color to me for some reason.
There's more lapis down here.
Ooh, okay.
I think I've got quite a bit too, so.
Is that way a dead end? Because this way looks like it goes a bit.
It curves, so I don't know.
Okay.
Pregnante. Neither of us even hesitated in just going pregnante. Except yours was more of a question. Pregnant. I hear you now.
There you are. Yeah.
It was just dead
I
silent for the longest time, and I was scared.
Yeah, I kept wondering, and then I was like just talking to what I thought was you, but was really myself. And then all of a sudden I go, wait, we're using proximity chat. So I mean, it's no different than real life when I talk to myself, but like, yeah. Oopsies.
I don't see any diamonds yet, but I feel like this is around our best bet.
Yeah. The other way also went pretty deep.
Ooh, this goes deeper. This hole over here. Honestly, any of these holes. These just holes. Oh, it's dark over there. And lots of mobs. Careful, bestie.
I'm being careful, bestie. Except for that I'm really not.
Hey, hey, hey. You wandered over here, sir. I saw you whack the vine instead.
That fruit got in my way.
Fucking fruit.
There's a ton of tuff over here, so I imagine this is an iron vein. So that's yummy.
Ow.
I can't mining ores and then mining myself into a hole I can't mine myself out of. Like, good thing I have extra blocks, but otherwise I would be screwed.
Yeah, just as long as you've got extra blocks, I don't see why you can't.
Oh my god, dude, it's like 7 p.m. No one wants your fucking ice cream.
What?
The ice cream man. The ice cream truck. It's outside my house.
Fucking ice cream man.
Tell me about it.
I only have 6 torches left.
I've got a lot. Where?
Okay, right here. Also, there is 1 pantsed man and 2 non-pantsed men.
What? Put some damn pants on. Or give them to me.
Yeah,
Okay, or not.
that's fine too, I guess.
Can I mine tough?
Yeah.
Tough love.
Oh, no.
See what
I expected that you would be able to. Is it really, like, nothing that isn't ore?
Yeah. Because diorite and granite and all that, too, I can't mine.
Oh, wow. I really thought for whatever reason that it would be, like, restricted to stone.
Right, but I guess those are kind of rocks, too.
Yeah.
If you really think about it.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess if they're smart enough to make... Oh, fight, fight, fight. I'm gonna let them fight amongst themselves. I guess, I guess if they're smart enough to make it so that, like, iron golems hate me,
Wait,
then it makes sense.
okay, I can't mine deep slate. I can just mine blocks that aren't... Okay, yeah, okay.
They are so rich.
What?
What?
Thought you were going after Bestie. Why'd you shoot at me?
Unbelievable.
Racist.
Jungle cyst.
Yeah. I don't know why I keep mining lapis. I don't need it. I have so much. Nice. We're mining.
Minding our own business. Angie. Oh wait, see if he can. Oh, okay. I wanted to see if we could get a
sorry,
disc.
yeah.
It's okay.
You're right, you're right.
Ah!
There's more up here.
Don't run past him.
Sorry, you're right.
My alarm is going off in my pocket.
Your alarm? What time is it?
I have like a preset alarm for my usual stream time.
Oh.
I just forgot to turn it off.
Right. I'm gonna die. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Ooh, gold.
Woo!
Ah! Zombie villager!
What?
We're way too far down to, like, cure this dude, right?
Yeah, it'd be a hell of a time getting him back.
Yeah. Sorry.
If we make a deal with Ray, we could get him to make some villagers sicky if we find a village of our own. I got him.
I went all attack mode and
Eat some.
I eating. I just
Okay.
forget to do that sometimes. I also only have 9 hearts, so.
Oh, true, true. The heart display above our heads makes everything a little wonky.
What does it say that I have?
It's
Well, mine's not full, so that doesn't really help.
yeah, it's not full. It says you have 11 currently.
Let's see what happens when I fill it up. Because yours says 20.
Yeah, I think that's the usual. Fuck off, bitch.
Oh, wait, shit.
Holy fuck, why'd it get speedy?
I can mine smooth basalt
Oh, that's something.
and amethyst.
Got your ankles, bitch.
Ooh.
What's going on? What's up?
Amethyst. Come this way. This way, bestie. This way.
Oh,
Over here.
it's so dark.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I can see in the dark a little bit.
Oh, sounds so pretty.
So pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can mine through this whole thing for some reason.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense because those are hard things too.
Yeah.
And I can't mine netherrack. So where's the logic there?
Right.
There's not any logic. Where'd we come in here? Wee.
How do I get out of here? Oh, there it is. Duh. Bestie?
Bestie.
Where'd you go?
Yo. Marco Polo.
Oh, I see you. I'm coming.
I got some redstone.
Whoa.
This cave just goes to itself over here, so I think.
Okay. It's a dead end further, so that's
Okay. Then I think we go back to the other stuff because I know that it went down a bit.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of ore here, so we can keep this in mind
Mm-hmm.
to come back to. But I otherwise don't need it right now, and my inventory is getting really full.
You can drop stuff to me if you need to.
This is true.
I have a fairly empty inventory.
Okay. When it comes to that, I will do.
Bah.
Ah, it's scaly. Scaly. Oh, this is really cool. Look how cute this little pond is. Oh,
You're not that cool.
oh no! Don't dare! Oh, I fell in the hole.
Keep any rotten flesh you find, because we can trade
Oh,
it to
yeah,
Ray.
Yeah. Creeper. Oh
Oh man.
Enchanted bow! I'm gonna die. 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 I put down 700 torches. The bow dropped.
Power 1 on breaking 1. Not great.
Not bad.
But if we can get the unbreaking 1 on one of our bows, that'll be nice.
Yeah. Exactly. Do we want to keep going down here or? I think I want to go to the other place. I feel like we're getting more successful.
Yeah.
Okay, I just gotta remember where it is. It was are the axolotls? Where are they? Where are they?
Where?
Ooh, dang, it's 6:46.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
no, we're not doing that till 8:30. I forgot.
Yeah.
That's silly. I was thinking 7.
Nope. Got another hour. We're good.
I think it was this way that I went. Yes, and then both ways were pretty deep. Let's go this way. Oops. Bestie, I found something.
Ooh.
Ooh. There's a spawner up here.
Oh shit!
Zombie spawner. Hell yeah. Anything good?
No. Take this string. Because some people will pay us for it.
It sounds like there's a lot of zombies. I wonder if there's another spawner. Or
They might have spawned outside the spawner.
that's true too.
Because that was a zombie spawner, right?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Nothing down here.
Another layer up here. Oh, you okay?
Yeah, I'm Gucci.
Careful, zombie behind you. Here. I dug it. Come on. Oh. I got your stuff. Bestie!
Bestie, how do I get to you? Where my stuff? Ooh! Where my stuff?
Yeah. Here, I got it.
Oh, you got all of it?
Yep.
Sweet.
Every bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Every bit. I was smart to start building around me so it didn't all go in the lava.
I think that's everything super important. But if there's anything that you specifically want, oh wait, here's your
just
gift.
some torches.
Okay, here you go.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And
Oh, here's some bread.
yeah, bread. I was gonna say that's.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. Here, I'll mine these since I've got. You can grab them. Bestie, where you go? There you
I'm right here. Hell yeah. Now we're cooking with fire.
go. Just double checking. How'd you get the diamonds achievement twice? Oh wait, no, because separate diamonds versus armor. Duh. Anyway,
Yeah.
never mind. I'm a little silly.
It's okay. Me too.
Making some more torches. Oh, minecarts.
Hell yeah.
Name tag, some iron, some rails. Torches.
Golden apple.
Lapis. Cool.
Oh wait, no, I don't.
What is she barking over?
What is he barking over? Did you go down yet?
No. Ooh, feather falling 2.
Oh shit, there's another chest up there?
Yeah, melon seeds, redstone, powered rails, glowberries, another torch. Do you want some of these torches?
Yes, I only have one.
Oh, shit. Okay, here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This goes down.
This also goes down.
That goes further down. Ooh. Oh, found some diamonds.
Sweet. The fucking ice cream truck. Get out of here. Oh, I'm scared.
I got your diamonds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I hear a lot of scary things. I think they're above me.
Uh-oh. Oh, found another spawner. I can't get to it though. I don't have a sword. Spider.
I hear a witch, and I'm scared.
Oh, I found a spawner.
I don't want to touch that.
Ooh, C13.
Oh, the disc.
Yeah. Ooh, cat. More C13.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. I'm a cat. Meow.
You are a cat.
I am a cat.
Oh my gosh.
Even though I consider myself a monkey man. I found a chest. It's got another golden apple and some rails.
Whoa. I don't need this. Fuck that. You're so close, but so far away.
I know. I keep trying to find you, but I'm like lost in this maze.
Yeah, me too. This way maybe? Nope.
Bestie,
Best day.
can you hear me? I found another spawner. I don't know if it's the one you found.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, it's the one you're right at.
Yeah.
I'm at the bottom of it, but I can't get up because I can't mine. Is it good?
It's got one chest. Oh, it's got a saddle. Ow. My butt.
Careful.
Ooh. Enchanted bow.
Ooh. I found some diamonds and I found some enchantment books, but nothing really good.
Can you mine diamond? You
Mhm.
can, right? Awesome.
Yeah, and what's weird, I can mine cobble. I just can't mine stone.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah. I guess maybe because it's already cobbled, I can cobble it up.
True, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, my
Who's
butt.
shooting?
Did you
Oh,
see that?
I just saw a dead body.
Dead body. Okay, I got everything from here. It wasn't that great. I have two cat discs and 2 13 discs.
Nice.
If you want one.
Get a matching.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. I also have here. Here's 4 diamonds that I found.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
What ways have you not been yet? This way?
I went this way, but I don't know which ways I've gone over here because I was just frantically trying to get to you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because I saw you over here, and I was like,
There's nothing here.
I have a single slot left.
Oh, of inventory?
Yeah. It's
I
kind of
got
funny.
nothing. I mean, if we combine, we'll probably make a little more room because I'm sure there's stuff that we both have that we could,
Very true.
you know. Oh yeah, I heard. Come this way.
Hmm.
I heard a ton of mobs somewhere, and there was a place I wanted to explore, but I didn't want to die because of said mobs. Just gotta remember where it is. This way? This way? I'm going on a wild goose hunt. I didn't even go this way yet, so I don't know why I thought it was here, but okay. We can keep going. We'll just explore this.
Yeah. Ooh, some diamonds. many you got so far?
8 total. 9 now.
Nice. I picked it up. There you
I
go.
mean 8. Oh, wait, okay, there you go. 9.
You were like, where the fuck to go?
Okay, yeah, no, you hear that? There's tons of mobs somewhere near here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if... I don't...
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I told 8.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I told you that I'd tell you if I did,
Yeah.
and I did. So.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Cool, cool, cool.
And so far they've been good about it, about being quiet, so.
Yeah.
Although they are making jokes, which is funny.
Fair. Yes?
Trying to figure out if there's anything I can get rid of. I could probably get rid of the leather. And the feathers, because I have chickens.
Sorry, Logan just came to say hi.
It's okay.
What were you saying?
I was just commenting to myself about what I could potentially get rid of if I need to in my inventory.
Yeah. We've been this way?
Ooh. Careful.
They just passed by. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, yeah, up here.
Up.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to go. That might be a spider spawner. Like a normal spider spawner, but I'm not sure. Is there anything this way?
Yeah, we can make the journey together. Might as well. Make it a whole group affair.
Well, oh, yeah, to spawn. Might as well.
Might as well.
Nothing over here.
Fucking hops.
Hop. Okay, this isn't actually where I wanted to go.
No. What, down there? Or up? Or do you want to go up?
There.
Oh.
I thought there was... No, it's not where I thought I was. Sorry, I forget to warn you about creepers.
It's okay. I don't know where he is, though. Oh, fuck.
Where he is. Fuck!
He started exploding because I tried to run by him as quick as I could. Oh, I was like, bring any extra... I thought it said bring any extra fins, and I was like, what does that mean?
Do you want to try mining up right here? Because I hear them all over the place, and I'm positive that there's a whole floor up there. Oh? Maybe?
I don't see anything.
What the is it below us? Because I hear them, they're all over the place. Oh, I found it!
Oh, you found it?
On to be. Yeah, I found it. I stacked up right here, and then got scared.
Oh, right, I see it. Okay. Here. Oh.
Sorry, I'm not being much help. Oh my gosh, I put 17 torches down. Okay, there we go. Creeper. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
Doot, doot.
Bye. Not bye to you. Bye to Jack.
Bye, Jack.
August said hi.
Hi, Jack.
There's another level? Wow! Oh, don't fall down there. Don't get shot at.
Oh.
Nothing. Oh, don't die. Busty, what'd I tell you?
I'm not trying.
Oh. Hardcore. Failed. What?
The creeper.
Do they run around? Do they run away from me? This is twice now I've noticed them run away from me. I thought they just didn't mind me. But they've completely run away from me. Oh yeah, no, if I sprint at them, they run away. Get the fuck away from my bestie.
That's right, bitch. Just gonna perpetually stay behind you.
Oh shit. Actually, she get in front of me. Get the fuck out of here. Nice.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's making alcohol?
Not even legal.
I didn't brew shit. Sure. Said that to my lawyers.
Ooh.
Figure might as well when he's caught like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I was typing.
Run.
I got it, I got it.
Alright, this is a very precarious situation. I also definitely don't know what their stuff is now. I just need more sticks. Whew, sorry, I was focusing. Holy shit. I was so stressed about missing something, but we're good. Okay. Some sticks. Make another axe. I'll make another pickaxe too. Whoops. There we go. I can also get rid of this gunpowder too. Oh shit. There. Okay. Dusty!
Marco!
Polo!
Marco, I see you, but I can't get to you. I can't mine.
Here, I'll mine to you.
Okay.
Hold on, let me spot your name.
Wait, can you see me?
No.
Turn a different way. Let's see. I'm facing south, so face north.
Okay.
And look down a little bit.
Look down a little bit. South?
Shouting Marco at
Wait, face north, you said?
2 minutes. Yeah, face north and then look down slightly.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Here I am. Here I am once again.
Feeling lost, but now and then. Breathe it in to let it go. Oh, I found diamonds.
Oh, nice.
What the fuck?
I'm just good luck like that.
You are. And these are your diamonds too.
Thank
Cause you helped find them.
Oh. Every time I burp, I feel like that video that's like the guy chugging soda and then he's like, oh no, and then he smacks his head on the garage. Are you crouching? Can't see you. Oh, never mind. I see you now.
Yeah, I was crouching for a second. Cause I'm mining straight towards you. So I was like digging through a wall and ended up at like not a cliff, but a precarious position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah. Don't want to die before I get to you, bestie.
No, that'd be like pulling a me.
Okay, can I get you through here?
You know what? I've only died twice so far in this mining exhibition. What? How did I? Hey, bestie.
Hi.
Hold on. Oh, I can't do that many. Oh. I did it stupid.
Yay. Okay.
Yay.
Come.
Come in. Oh, you made a chest. Good idea.
Thank you.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. Tomorrow you will never burn your main attraction. You remember me when it turns out right. Cause you know you didn't live in your imagination. Didn't ever burn elimination. That's the words.
If anyone asks, those are the words. How many diamonds do you have now?
11.
Holy shit. Oh, my nose itches.
Oh, I remember this way. We already went this way.
Yeah.
Oh, we already went this way too. I think that's where that blew up. I see your torches.
Bet.
Wait, so did we see all this already?
Yeah, this is where I gave you your stuff back.
Okay.
Cause this is the area, cause these don't have the like top blocks, cause I took the wood for the chest and stuff.
Watcha. Come on, go this way. I can't believe I haven't used all of my pickaxes yet. I mean, I haven't really mined anything but ore, to be fair, but still.
Where'd you go?
This way? Wait.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting slime balls from Pride for the secret area.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
I really was about to put down gravel to make a bridge.
To be fair, I probably would have done the same thing. I almost did at one point when I was trying to get to you.
You're at 11 hearts, miss. Drink up. Oh, watch out! That's right. Run, bitch! Oh, the amount of power that gives me.
Absolutely to be feared.
Did we go this way already? Don't think so. My ear itchy.
Oh. Not then.
What the? Did you hear that?
No.
That's a zombie villager, isn't it? Ooh, and it's like coming from this way? Put your ear up to it. Yeah, yeah. That's somewhere near us.
Oh yeah.
Do zombie villagers spawn from zombie spawners? Otherwise, it's just a lot of zombies, but...
I think I feel like there's a percentage chance of a zombie being a zombie villager or something. I don't know. Queen would probably know. Queen knows that shit.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Come on, make a noise.
Right. You have any food?
I have some glowberries.
I take them. Ooh, right over here.
Over there.
I think so. Oh. Okay, even closer over here.
What's hurting them?
Wait, something's hurting them?
It said zombie villager hurts.
Oh, I don't have my subtitles on. Yeah, it still sounds around here. I don't know if they're below us or above us or something. Alright, that.
It seems like it's happening more often.
Yeah. Nope, now it's far.
Hmm.
It's gotta be around here. Either above, below, or this way. Ooh, close. Oh! I saw a weird glitch. Seeing weird glitches.
Yeah, I keep getting like a spider eye glitch on my blocks.
Wait, me too.
Yeah.
Wait, why? What the? This is spooky. How are we getting? What? Why are we getting the same glitch? That's scary. It's definitely gotta be close to here.
Yeah, I don't hear it anymore over here, I don't think.
Huh. Should we keep going? Maybe up or down? I don't know. Oh,
It might have moved. I'm not hearing it anymore.
I don't know. It kind of sounds close, but also I don't know. This way.
Hmm.
Dang it. My curiosity.
Mm-hmm. What?
It definitely seems louder now, but anyways. Ah,
Oh, do you want to get out of here at 8 so that we have that half hour to enchant whatever we can?
I'd almost say we should just get going soon because both our inventories are pretty full.
Oh, true, true.
But
Up
that's
to
up
you.
to you.
I feel like it's up to you. We're mining for you.
Um,
Lava pop.
I think I have as much as I need for now. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna drive me insane. I'm sorry.
That's alright.
I don't know how we're gonna get back up.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? No. Well, if we can get back to where you mined to me, I can get us back. I think it's not this way. That's for sure. Such fun things happening somewhere near here.
not this way.
I remember bridged across, so I'd be back one of these ways. Except for that it's not.
Where'd you go down?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, I just was remembering that I bridged across. Oh wait. Come hither. Go this way. And then we were down here.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And then
This
I
way.
don't know. Oh yeah. This way. And then this way. And then this way. this way still. Yeah, then this way. Sorry about that.
This
And then this way. Wow,
I
good
steal.
idea.
Thank you.
I'm confused. Hold on.
This
Oh
way?
wait, oh, I went too far.
Hmm.
This way. Wait. No. Go this. No. Then
The struggle bus.
I did it again. I don't know how to do this backwards, but I do remember it being this way, as in up. Yeah. And then up this way.
Motherfucker. Bitch. Oh, bitch.
Then this way. And then this way. Then this way. There's an axolotl. I saw it earlier. I don't remember where it is though. Oh, or it's just that bat. There was an axolotl though, as well.
I feel like they despawn pretty quickly, and it's been long enough that it despawned.
That is true. That also means another one could have spawned.
Mm-hmm.
Mayhaps.
Keep your peepers peeped.
Ah, I'm so itchy. I can't. Hair is tickling my ear. I'm gonna die. Not literally. Lock
Nice.
behind you. Misty, where you? Oh, you. Oh, that works too. Stupid. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This way, bestie, this way.
What a successful trip.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, bestie, jump at the same time as me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, jump. I don't think this is gonna work, bestie.
Oh, someone's up there.
Oh yeah, I think it's...
Hello?
Yeah, Pride?
Oh, hi, Pride!
Hello?
Hello! Oh, fuck. I was still clicking. Oh, now I can't mine them. Of course I can't.
Unbelievable. There we go.
I'll come in.
Hello.
That's what I do.
Hello.
How's it going?
You know, it's going.
Ooh, you got armor now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go
You got your wood?
Nice place. Oh,
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Also, I left you a little something extra in the chest I left.
Oh, thank you. Oh, spider.
The jungle is a dangerous place. Wait, why did I go after him? I only have one heart.
Oh, careful.
Okay, come with me.
Okay.
I read
Ooh.
Can Someone Sleep and started saying it out loud. I never use the bridge, actually. I always go on the rails.
It's very cool.
Thank you.
Oh, careful, careful.
Where'd Pride go? I was inviting them too.
Also, there's a creeper over there, but I know that doesn't matter to you.
Gotcha.
But
just be careful.
Yeah.
Do you want to split the iron?
Sure.
Or yeah.
Sure. Here you go. That's pretty much splitting it.
Oh, is there really 2 stacks of it?
Essentially, I gave you the bigger stack.
Oh, I already had 5, so you don't have to. Here, I'll give you that 5.
Well, it was your first mining expedition, so.
Okay, well, thank you. Excuse me.
And then.
I got so much clay. Pride. Is that Pride, or am I just hearing you?
Oh, hello.
Oh, there you are. I thought we lost you.
Oh no, I was just, being beat up by zombies. It's fine.
Oh, that's why we escaped.
Okay, and then this is yours.
Thank you.
And this is yours. And this is yours. And this is yours. Oh, and then the discs.
Oh, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and because I got 4 name tags, here's 2.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Diamonds. Do you want water protection 1 or multi-shot? Watch creeper behind you.
Yeah, chase him off. Chase him off.
Get out of here.
Chase him off.
What the?
Nice.
Oh, that was you. It's okay.
I was about to offer you a lionship. I'm so.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. No, that was so funny. Enemies?
No!
Yup.
War! War! These guys are bloodthirsty. They're so ready. Enemies to lovers.
Never, no.
Wait.
Oh,
There it is. How did it go this far?
Physics. I heard they're really powerful.
That's so fair.
Wouldn't know though.
Oh, sexual tension.
I was gonna offer feather falling too, but you don't even fucking need it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Wait, did you answer me before I died about the water protection 1 or the multi-shot?
Me?
Either.
Oh,
I don't want
I already have multi-shot.
I don't even know what water protection is.
Water protection is something you could sell to our snow golem, I think, because he can't step into water, otherwise he melts.
This was added from the mod, wasn't it?
Yeah, Arctic can't step into water.
Cool.
So you can see about selling it to him if he doesn't have it already. I think he's the only one that can use it, but you could check and see if there's anyone else.
Right. Okay. So, anyways.
Okay.
Business
So I have a preposition, right?
Okay.
So I have these silly things that come from being where I live, you know?
Yeah.
And I work in the business of trading them. And also I ruin the market by I'm the only one with slime balls, other than Scarlet, to reproduce them, right? However, I can offer you 2 tadpoles and slime balls if we make an alliance ship. You know, as a gift. You know. Mhm. Mhm. How's that
Let
sound?
me speak with my associate.
let's really sell it. Let's really sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they can hear us? Can they hear us?
They might be able to hear us, but if we whisper, I don't think they can hear us. Hey, 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 hey!
Okay. Oh, so what do you think? What do you think about this?
I feel like because they have a monopoly on the slime balls, I feel like it's a really good deal. And I feel like it's cheap. I feel like it's a cheap alliance too. And I mean, you know, the more people on our side, the more people on our side, the better.
Yeah. And you know, if it falls through, there's still me and you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think frogs would be really good in the jungle.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so we made our decision.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh my god! Hey, crazy.
It's so weird.
You know, there's this crazy thing. Vine. Ever heard of it? Crazy.
I used to watch
both
those
have it.
6-second videos.
Yeah, it's amazing, and we both have them in our, you know,
You know
areas.
what? So true. So very
Yeah.
true.
So
Yeah.
we, you know, we're so alike. We should totally make an allyship.
Yeah. You know, we got green in our color
Yeah,
scheme.
Exactly.
I mean, like every other biome does, but that's besides the point. Yeah, no, I think we've come to the conclusion. We will. And I say we because we're together. So you know, by
Of course.
Yeah, you know, you get one of us, you get both of us. That kind of
accept your
friendship.
offer.
Okay. Well, I've actually left you a tadpole already.
Oh, thank you.
And yes, and so I will give you both of these.
Thank you.
And all the slime balls I have left, but I'll be able to make more because watch this. I can make children. Hold on. How do I do that again? Oh crap. Hold on.
I think.
Oh God.
I made a child.
Oh.
That's beautiful.
We just watched birth happen in front of our eyes.
For real.
Can I kill your child?
Oh.
Yeah.
God.
Wait, it's got your name. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh shit, your child is
Jesus.
attacking me.
Murderous little fucker.
Sorry. You know.
Okay, I'm gonna put my tadpoles.
Well, you know, when you're birthed unexpectedly, you know, sometimes you're just a little bit bloodthirsty, I guess.
Right. That makes sense to me.
Not the best.
Ow.
A little bit laggy. A little bit laggy.
Oh, I was gonna say they just like.
Yeah, they were like glitching all over the place, I think. Or not glitching, but lagging behind.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Where'd my tadpoles go? Did they already die? Please tell me they're in here.
Will you put them in there?
Yeah, dude. I don't think they die, right? Oh, I see one of them. Okay.
Yeah, they're really tiny.
Okay, we're good.
Little babies.
I hope they're green, because I want green frogs.
Do they have a distinct color even as tadpoles, or are they all the same when they're babies?
No, they don't as a tadpole, so you won't know.
Okay.
Their color depends on what climate they're in. But I think green is cold, which is really stupid, because green should be for the jungle, but...
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So I think with my diamonds, I want to make an axe, and then I want to make armor.
Okay.
But, like, the axe has been, like, my thing. Like, I want to make a mending axe.
Oh, no, Pride put in chat. Help!
Oh, no. Pride, please. Okay, so then I have exactly enough left for a chest plate. Bam! Hot.
Hello?
Hey!
Don't die.
a little the way back. I told her no, we're exes, but she just keeps coming back for me. Oh, I have this. There
Oh,
you go.
thank you. Ah! Pain.
Also, crazy thing, I've never is
You're what?
with Scar was reading up. Spelling.
Your chat's breaking up. Or your voice, I should say. I didn't hear everything you said. You're just teleporting. Ah! No! Bestie.
Oh.
Oh. I'm only getting every other syllable. Are you hearing them, August?
No.
Okay.
I'm hearing them about as much as you are, I think.
Gotcha.
Damn, so many bones. Yeah, quite a bit of lag, it looks like.
Por favor. Wait, lo siento. Wait.
Oh, wait, I think I gave you both my cat discs. Hold on. Or did I? Or did I? Oh, I think I just got all... Oh, wait. Oh, I have 3 C13s. That makes more sense.
Well, you can take the cat if you'd prefer it.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I have a cat and then I have 3 C13s. It's okay.
Queen, it's just you.
God.
It's fine too, because...
Oh, hi.
Oh!
Hello.
Oh!
Hi.
I'm back.
There you go.
Yay.
She just keeps wanting me back. I'm telling her no, and she feels like, women, am I right?
Every time I have no idea what you're talking about. I love it though.
Hey, any chance you want a C13 disc, Pride?
What?
Any chance you want a C13 disc?
I have no clue what you're saying.
Okay, so it's both our ends that aren't hearing each other. Interesting. Nice.
Sorry, I like to make fart noises with my mouth. Excuse me.
For a second I was like, why do you only have 1 furnace? But that makes sense considering you don't have that much cobblestone.
Yeah, no. But I have an abundance of bamboo for the
Scaffolding?
Yeah. I was gonna say for burning, but yes.
Oh yeah, true.
It
I
is
don't
not a great.
I don't know why I never realized that you could burn it.
Yeah, it's not a great fuel source at all. You need like multiple of them to cook one thing. But since I have so much, it doesn't matter to me. And since I can't get coal as easily.
Does it work like a whatchamacallit? Like a sapling?
Yeah, it burns real fast. I think it takes like 4 of them to cook one thing or something.
Gotcha.
Okay. What else do I need?
Oh, poor Pride is trying so hard.
Hello, disc. I have a disc.
Yeah.
Where did I get this disc from?
Me. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you. It's very yellow.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring melons as my other food source.
Nice.
And then I have golden apples. So I'll bring those. Oh yeah, wait, I got 2 of these, so you can have one.
Oh, thank you.
And then...
Well, we're gonna have some from, Chise's bento boxes, too.
Yes. But they don't have to know we have extra.
True, very true.
Scaffolding.
Burp-a-derp.
Moss.
Moss sauce.
Moss is like my second favorite building block because it's so fast to break. Okay, let's go to your place.
Yeah.
I, of course, have no levels left after all those deaths, but that's okay.
That's alright. I have 31.
Sweet.
I mined the coal that we were finding, so that helped. And I didn't die.
Yeah. Does this bird look normal to you?
Yeah, why?
Okay. My texture pack is broken for some reason.
Mm.
So every bird looks normal except for that one. I sent a picture earlier in the chat, but it's just a me thing apparently.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, it is like a beta version of the texture pack too, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Apparently 8 was having like an issue with the texture pack as well earlier. I mean, it wasn't that, but it was something.
Right. Yeah, he came in. He came and checked it out, but it wasn't doing it for him, so he wasn't sure.
Hmm. I should get like a little bit more levelage as well since I've got some iron to smelt.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave the door open since. Oh,
Yeah.
just the ooh, my slime ball's in my tempo. My slime ball's in my tempo.
Tapow.
Tempo. Tempo. My slime ball's in my tempo.
Tapow.
Tempo.
Tapow.
Tempo. We're a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Jesus.
See if I can get any good enchants just with what I got.
Yeah, see.
Just gonna look.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't afford any of those. 'Cause I need at least 6
Immediately.
5.
Just immediate. Can't do that.
So I can't do any of these. Okay,
No, not there.
If I can get a few more levels. Actually,
I have to get a horse sometime soon. I have like all the shit for a horse.
yeah, I have. Where?
Where?
Where? I'm gonna steal your wheat and breed some of your animals
Please do.
and get myself levels.
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
help you in the process. Actually,
Uh-huh.
I'll take seeds too because you only have 2 chickens.
Okay. Yeah, I need the I need more books anyway.
Yeah.
Cause I don't have anything to do more book enchants.
Bookage.
Bookage.
Booking.com.
Booking dot. Yeah. Where'd that go? That go to here. And then this go here. Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's how we do it.
This is how we do it. Sha la 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 la. Pills and potions. I'm angry, but I still love you. Pills and potions. Overdosing. I gotta kill some cows.
Yeah, there's some stray sheep as well.
They do that all the time. I don't know how they get over there.
They probably glitch.
Yeah.
So there's that many.
True. Whee! Oh, there's a baby! Motherfucker!
No one needs
Fucking baby! Fucking baby. Okay, how many are there? 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's babies in here. I can kill the adults.
Sorry, I was breathing.
Okay, cool.
I'm killing all the strays. Oh, sweet. I have 9 levels now.
Woo! Damn. This one got so far. Okay.
Don't tell anyone. I do that every time I think you're out of earshot.
Okay.
Alright, let's see if any level 1 enchants are good. Unbreaking 1. Projectile protection 2. Unbreaking 1. Breaking 1. Breaking 1. Efficiency 1. Efficiency 1. Efficiency do I want?
I have 7 books.
Let's do this one. Okay. That's not bad, but that's not really great either.
Whoop. Hey, 32 levels. Ah, give me my torch back, motherfucker. Okay, what we got?
Efficiency 1. What? Why is that worth 7? What happened? Oh, did you finish the bookshelves? That's why.
Hmm. Channeling. What was channeling? I don't remember.
Channeling is a trident, I
Hmm.
think.
I could give that to Elias, but Elias still doesn't have a trident, I don't think.
Yeah.
Although he's been needling me for one. In a cheatsy way. Yeah, fucking cheater. Oh, loyalty for a trident too.
Damn. I hate how many books when I enchant them, they're all for tridents, as if.
I know, as if I have one.
Yeah.
Quick charge,
Who
but
the fuck is dying?
is that one of my parrots making a dying noise?
Probably.
Might be. So many of these are shit. I'm just getting them just to get rid of them and try to get a different one. Yeah, these aren't good. These aren't great. Efficiency 4 isn't bad, but
Yeah.
damn, that was a waste. Okay. Here, give me your stuff and see if there's anything that I can get.
Here, do at least my diamond stuff first.
Yeah. Protection 2.
On which one?
The chest.
Sure. I don't care how much they are right now.
Protection 2 and breaking 1.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, Feather Falling 4. But not that matters, but might get something else on it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Ooh, Feather Falling 4, Fire Protection 2, and Breaking 3.
Oh, nice.
Alright.
Tunky.
Alright, I have 16 levels left. Do you want to try for your iron or wait until you get more diamond?
I'd say try the iron.
Okay.
For now. I don't see myself upgrading very soon, so.
Okay, Protection 2 again on the legs.
That works.
Plain Protection 2. And then Protection 2 again on the helmet. Oh, but I don't have enough levels.
Excuse me.
Hold on, let me see if I can get enough.
Excuse me.
No.
I have more to smell. Not much. I don't know why I said that. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here, do you want this Unbreaking 2 for anything?
Yeah, I'll take it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Alright.
I'm gonna put this netherite on my axe.
I have a piece of netherite. I don't know what I want to toss it on yet.
Yeah, it's going on my axe. That's what I'm doing. I'll be naked everywhere else, but I have a good axe. That's a good time. I think I should go back to my place to reorganize, and then I don't know. Where'd you get your potatoes and carrots? Did you find a village or just trade for them?
I traded for the potatoes with Ray for his food, and then the carrot I got from a zombie.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm going back to my place.
Okay.
I will be either back or meet you at spawn.
Alrighty.
Or wait, she says. I mean, or wherever me. Yeah.
Alright. Um. I feel like I'm forgetting something, like I'm ill prepared. Hmm. Should I follow the click in my ear? Should I go for more clicks this year? Or should I follow the click in my ear? Should I go for more clicks this year? Or should I follow the click in my ear? Should I go for more clicks this year? Or should I follow the click in my ear? Oh, there's Arctic. I wonder if Arctic's joining us tonight for the fight. We're doing good though. Look at this shit. Damn. For just getting random enchants on this stuff and not like the best we could, we did good. I'm kind of upset that we couldn't get like really good enchants, but that's alright. That's fine. Oh, I have to download the overlay, huh? It's technically a texture pack, but I think a lot of us are getting this like overlay texture pack thing. that makes it so... Yeah. It's like a tweak. So, yeah. So, we don't see the pumpkin on our heads. Like when you wear it, it doesn't show up. Let me open. Yuck that in. Alright. Bear with me while this loads. Alright, we're gonna test it. Nice! Okay, cool. Sicko mode. I just wanted to check on stream, make sure. But that's awesome. Alright. I think we all have, yeah, we all have a bunch of food. I'm gonna yuck my other gapple into the chest so I don't forget it. I'm just putting the sacks together and then the flesh all together. Because that's like, I sell that and then this is, I make shit with this and I use that for like signs, so. Did I put that on my front door sign? I don't have a front, what? I don't have a front door sign? What the fuck? Unbelievable. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Okay. Um. Oh, yeah. That. I'm gonna take that with me so I can chuck it onto a, I have to name ballerina. Sorry. Ballerina. Anyway. I have to chuck this onto Levi's bow once we get there. Um, and then minecart stuff. CDs. Cool. Okay. I have so much dark oak. I literally have 2 chests. It's so fucking wild. Um, Almost forgot about that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I have to label these. Let me label these. I'm just doing, like, random shit to pass the time for the next half hour. I could probably go help Levi. I might do that. Because I have nothing else to do. Literally nothing else. Alright, we got some signs. This is seeds. Food. Cobbled deep slate. Cool. Oh no, what did Finn lose? Oh, uh-oh. That's gonna hurt like a bitch, isn't it? Uh-oh. Oh, not the fish. Okay, that's good. Jesus. Why are they everywhere? There aren't even that many in the pen. Like, they should not be glitching. Okay, I'm thinning the herd. Jesus. See, there aren't even that many in here. What the fuck? Wasn't there one? Yeah, there's one over here. What the fuck? See this shit? There's so many just escaped.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What the shit?
Maybe they can make this little jump. Oh, you're not next to me.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on. No one wants to see? Okay, I might have gotten an odd number of seeds. What jump?
Maybe like right here, like this one. Maybe just put one more fence there.
Oh, true.
Same with like this one, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they might be pushing each other over it. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, make babies. Oh, also make babies, now that you are adults. Thank you.
Does someone want to feed me food? Because I am hungry.
Alright, come get your sharpness books.
Oh, yeah. I hear.
Sharpie Barpy.
Wait, where'd you go?
Inside.
Oh, you're up.
The sounds of struggle.
I jump.
Oh, that's perfect. I have 2 fences left. I don't have to make any more.
Frick, I can't afford it.
Here, let me get it.
Can you put just that one? I already got the first one.
Bet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I gotta go do a drug deal.
Oh, okay.
I'm just giving Arctic the water protection book.
Oh, okay. What are you getting for it?
You'll see.
Okay. Bye-bye. fuck, I can't. There we go. Okay. Hopefully they're not getting out anymore. Hello, cute. Yeah! I love you. You're so fucking cute. Ooh. Oh, little spin. Yeah. What a fucking cutie. Sorry, guys. I'm just clearing my phone of stupid little notifications. Okay. What? No whistle boy? No whistly boy? Okay. If you guys don't know what we're referencing, last stream we were messing around because we're all different heights. Our characters. My character is, oh god, 6 foot even. I should know. I should know, but I don't. Um. Fuck. I don't remember, but excuse me. Um, he's shorter than Ray's character, who is extremely tall, and so we were our canon heights because you can with the mod Pequi. Don't know if I'm butchering the name, but with the mod, you can use these commands to make your in-game model shorter or taller. There's also commands to make you skinnier or whatever, because you when you make yourself taller, taller or shorter, it doesn't account for making it like even. You stay the same width the entire time. Um, so we're Arcanon Heights, and I messed with Elias's height, and we were made him like a little baby man, and he literally looked like a toddler, which is why I'm calling him baby man, because like he looked like a grown man, but the size of a toddler. And so we're like, oh, man, little baby. And we're mocking him and like joking around and fucking around with him and everything. And so Ray and I are running with Elias down the Nether Highway, and I'm running slightly behind them as if I'm like making sure that the baby's not gonna trip. I was doing it unironically. Like I did not mean to do it, but I was doing it. I didn't realize until like majority of the way through the stream, by the way, that I was doing it, but I kept doing it anyway. And so I'm following them and I'm taking screenshots and I'm like, oh my god, I'm getting pictures of this. And it goes, oh, don't worry, or it says something like, oh, don't worry, I'm getting great photos of you two giants next to Elias, something along those lines. And I've been trying to get the photo from 8 ever since. And we fucked around with this for a while. Like we were over, and this all started because I was kind of bored and I was about to stop stream. So I had this random thought of like, you know what, let me crash the party over at 8's place because they were all fishing. I was like, you know what, let me just go say hi quick. So I said hi, they were all fishing, and Elias wanted to be huge, like game breaking huge. So I did the opposite. I made him huge for a little bit and then I made him small, super teensy tiny. Um and he was in a little hole. We were like trapping him and shit. And then we brought him to Chise so that she could see him. It was funny. It was good shit. It was very, like I said, it was very funny, very hilarious. It didn't last horribly long because there were like a couple. I don't think anyone could feasibly be that in the game because he was so short that he couldn't get up a full block. Like he would have to have half slabs everywhere. He had to use water to get up a block because we didn't have half slabs on us. So he had to get up a full block using water. If he wasn't like a water based origin, because he's a drowned, if he wasn't a water based origin, he would drown. It was so bad, but it was funny. I'm gonna do wall building and the gate and everything off stream. So I'm going to Bestie?
Bestie!
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 Hello!
Okay, I got you a present. I know you don't need it yet, but when you do get a horse.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is this what you got for your trade?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I was like, what can I trade for? I don't really want anything from the snow. But then they said that they had that, so I was like, okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go AFK in the safety of your house because I gotta go potty.
Okay.
Watch my body for me.
I will.
Okay.
I also have to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. and I'll probably also grab a little snack since we're going to be heading over to Chise's house in a couple minutes. So that we can go as a group to to the end. So yeah. Like I said, I'll be right back. Um shouldn't take too long. So this man is inside me and I can't see.
We don't tell anyone about this deal, yeah?
Why are you a mafia boss?
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Is the church a mafia place?
I don't know if that's where it's going.
I'm getting mixed signals here. Are you making a drug deal or are you on a date? Or is it or is it like a nice mix of both?
I just ran away.
Nice.
I thought whoever had the highest score was supposed to win that. Oh well.
Okay. I think if I'm remembering correctly, this might be a wig that I was gifted. But I might be wrong. And then bandana. Hey, don't you lay on that. It's new. I don't want your nasty hair all over it. Stinky. I love you, but you stink. You need a bath. Stinky, stinky. And then how's that? Hold up. Yes. We're coming. We're coming. Hold up.
The door.
No. Nate. Nate.
We're all gonna look. There are beds.
Wow. Oh, there's not enough for all of us. Guess we'll have to share. I am back. Okay. I got a cookie. Sorry, I ran up the stairs with a cookie in my mouth. And I can't really breathe out my nose. Okay, let's get changed. Let's put all the unnecessary stuff away. Okay. Can have more food there. That's for Levi. I don't know if we're gonna need blocks. I might take like half a stack with just in case. Okay.
Okay.
You back, bestie?
I bestie back. I bestie.
Alright.
Ah!
I'm not really gonna need those.
My dumbass. Forgot I wasn't on a Mac anymore. So I've been pressing Control and then F1 through whatever. When I don't have to press any buttons with it, I can just press F1. What's that? What's that, bestie?
A Power 4 book for your bow once we get your bow from Chise.
Nice.
Your bow should already have Power 1, so it won't combine to Power 5, but that'll negate the Power 1, so you'll have a better bow.
Right.
And I gave you, I didn't know if you had arrows, so I gave you 1 arrow.
Okay,
Since the bow will already have infinity on it, so.
Sweet. Yeah, no, I did not bring arrows, so thank you.
Yep. Or it should have infinity.
Do you want any of my scaffolding?
I've got some cob. I'm good.
Okay. I brought a water bucket in case the Endermen are relentless.
Oh, smart. I've got a carved pumpkin on me, and I added the vanilla fix that Queen sent, so I can just throw that on.
Smart.
And then we'll have whatever is in the bento boxes.
Cool. Okay.
Wanna get... Alright, wanna get going?
Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong way.
I'm hype, I'm hype, I'm hype, I'm hype.
Hype.
Hype. After this, I'll have to decorate my shield.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
This is the first time I made a shield, so. Oh, here, can you throw that back in, please?
Oh wait, no, I didn't. I need one.
Oh. Queen!
Hi.
Hi!
Yeah,
Bye!
shields. Where's Queen?
Behind us.
Oh, cool. I've made shields before, but I don't.
This is my first one on here. I forgot to make one on here because I hold torches so often that just it seems impractical to keep switching it out.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
But we won't need torches in the end, so.
Yeah. I made this one earlier today when I was asking for the dyes. Oh no! No, bestie, push me. No, bestie, no, don't go the other way. There's stray minecarts.
Oh, damn.
Aha, I got it. Oh shit, it pushed me. God damn it.
Aww.
I'm trying to get there before my Wi-Fi cuts.
I push you. Go. Alright, I'm going. We're still making good time.
My Wi-Fi's about to cut.
Oh no.
Who the
30
fuck
seconds.
left their minecarts?
It's about to cut in like 30 seconds. I'm going.
I was ready for that one.
Oh, it's going back.
Oh no!
Hold on. I'm gonna grab this chest from down here and put it up here.
No!
Yeah, we gotta fix that shit.
Please don't leave. Please don't leave.
It's got a bunch of useless shit in it.
Quickly.
Yeah, just dump it.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Where are you going? Oh, are they down?
Right here. Hold on. There. And then it had this and this and this.
Right.
Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know where everyone else is.
Hi, Brad.
Down there,
Oh.
down there.
You're up here.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello. I'm eating a cookie.
This and this.
Is it a good cookie?
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Did you?
I assume this
Where'd
is
you put your
Scarlet's, right?
minecart?
I think it was still on the track.
Oh, I'm gonna clean it up.
Thank you.
If anyone's mad at me for being late, it's because I cleaned up their mess.
I warned him. We can tell him once we get there.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Yeah.
No, I think.
Freaking love bats.
I think this way.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is it actually that way?
Yeah. At least this is the way I go.
That's why I couldn't find anything, because I thought this was their mine. Wait, where are you?
What?
We all got.
I went
all
this.
lost.
I go this way.
Oh, wait. No,
So,
that's what I thought you said. Wait, okay. We're all on the same page now.
Oh, it's up.
Don't go that way. That's not up. That's what's up. Hell yeah. Yeah, since they renovated, I can't find anything.
Yeah. Alright, I don't know where they went. You eating?
Please.
I am. I just made myself
The
some
design is
pasta.
very human.
Ooh. What
Please.
what is going on over there?
Hello.
Oh, you made it!
I did. I almost died. It's
Oh.
You go up. You went up the wrong way. That's why.
Yeah, you went up the wrong
Well, I
one.
couldn't find the right way.
Oh my
It's
God.
the very last
Literally
one.
Next to each other.
Oh. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Alright, come on.
Go, let's go.
This is so nice.
Right? Have you been here before? Hi.
No.
Hi.
Hello.
He
If
said
we keep running on
Dillas.
the mud, you'll never notice I'm chewing.
True, same sounds.
Same. No.
This way.
Oh. See, I get so lost.
I know the way just because I've been here quite a few times.
Oh, there they are.
Hello!
The squad arrives. Hey yo.
Hey!
Oh. If we stand on our chests, you'll know
Hello.
if we have it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone stand on your chest so we could get a head count.
Oh, you're all the way over there.
I'm check.
Bessie.
Sorry. I was naming people off the top of my head, so
It's okay.
It's
I
okay.
appreciate being remembered.
Yeah.
Caps was obviously the first chest that I looked at.
Aw. I was your first thought.
Everyone has. Oh, a shield would be a good idea. I should have made everyone's shields. You guys did that already, though, it seems.
I got
Mhm.
a shield with my jungle banner on it.
That's nice.
My
Mhm.
emblem.
Very legit.
I'll decorate mine later.
I think that. Oh yeah, Elias put our music on.
Yeah, some music.
This
is
ender
so-
chest is here. If anyone needs to put stuff in it, I'll put another one on the island. If you just have like extra blocks that you want to put in there.
Oh, this is such a vibe. I love this.
Oh, I have.
Before all of the
rotten
warriors
flesh.
go to war and then die.
Oh, that goes in here
You know?
in Ray's chest.
This feels like a movie.
Yeah. We're gonna go to war and never see our family again. It's so sad.
Oh.
Who has a box? We
Oh.
have, like a camera following us.
I wish I had it.
I don't have it installed on my computer.
Damn.
Hey, where did
Someone install it quick.
I believe
Hurry.
it went to go
I was like, my
grab
computer's
their
built for
bow
that.
because they forgot it.
Oh.
No!
Oh wait, 8! I have extra bows!
Oh,
Oh my god.
8 has already gone.
Oh, Levi.
we also
What?
need to make a
Throw the book on your bow.
on how to get
Oh,
the
yeah.
end hold.
If you can't, let me know.
Have-
If you can't, let me know.
Did you get flame or something? It should have infinity and power.
We got a book from enchanting stuff earlier.
Yeah, it's got power 4 on it.
Hey. Oh yeah, Elias thinks that we should vote, Captain,
Hmm.
if we take the nether roof like bitches, or if we go on the nether path.
Why? How bad's the nether path?
I mean, it's not that bad. It's too wide the whole way, but like there's some stretches where you're across open lava for like 500 blocks.
Hmm.
Do you have an anvil somewhere?
Yeah, downstairs. I'll show you.
I feel like it's not a real adventure. It's not real adventure if we don't go the real way, you know?
It feels like cheating going on the nether roof, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bessie, I can't even afford this.
I'll get it.
How much is
I'll
it?
get it.
It's 5.
Where are
You're
you?
gonna say like 34.
No, I'm just poor.
I got it.
Thanks, Bessie.
Oh. Here. Yeah, I got 10, so it'll scrap up the rest of them. Where is it? Oh, I see it. It's so dark in this corner.
The badass way, I need to give everyone some mind.
There you go.
Is it that dark? Bessie, I think you gotta turn up your brightness, because it's not that dark.
Shut up. No, it's just because this corner, because of the, like, lava. Damn, it really does feel like a movie. Like, we're all getting hype and everything, and we're gonna be like, yeah! And then, like, we're all gonna fucking die, and someone's gonna be sobbing over someone else's body.
One more thing.
I feel like
We're
we're
gonna
most
get-
likely to lose
I'm
someone in
gonna
the
cry.
nether. Like, I feel like we're less likely to lose someone at the end dragon fight.
You are so right, Scarlet. And it's gonna be me, watch.
No, I
Shit,
died
something
trying to
happened.
save you.
Oh? Oh. Oh.
Oh.
It was because I'm stupid and ran directly through a tunnel that did have a hole in it, and I did fall directly into lava.
Oh.
Yeah, I do be sobbing for my. I'm literally trying to cover my mic with my hand because I can't mute it without breaking my audio sources. So I'm sorry if you guys hear random bullshit. that
Oh,
is
you
not meant
you
to.
can't use the M.
I can't. Wait. Yo, okay. Problem solved. I've been using the hardware mute switch this whole time. Oh, I hate myself.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you found a workaround.
Yeah, thanks, Cap.
Of course.
Appreciate that.
Hey. Do you happen to have the replay mod?
8 does, unless you took it off.
8.
Oh.
Why do none of you? Why do I not sleep? Hello?
Go sleep,
Uh-oh.
Finn.
We all went after one person.
Crap.
Like,
Yeah, they all went after one person.
Oh,
Why
I
did
mean,
he- what did
replay
I
is
do?
on. Or not on, but I
Ah!
have it installed. It's not on right now though.
I'm gonna actually sleep here because what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh
We-
yeah, that's right. I need to grab a bed.
Oh yeah,
I
for the
mean,
spawn
I'll
point
take
once we
the
get there.
Phantom membranes if they die.
True.
They drop them if they die by fire.
No.
I figured an 8-minute slow falling. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
shit.
I have a bow.
My bad. That didn't happen.
fun fact. Creepers fear me.
True.
Fun fact. I'm quite
Literally, if we meet any creepers, just hide behind
Oh,
Levi.
no!
Aw,
I did
that's
the
sad.
Same thing.
I
I'm so
I
sorry.
tried to shoot my bow and I
Yeah.
fucked
But yeah, if we see any creepers, just hide behind Levi, and Levi will just sprint at the creepers.
I'd be like,
So
what's
real.
up? And then they're like,
guys.
It's the funniest
hello?
shit.
yeah,
What?
yeah.
Hello? Oh, there's
was
this
like-
other one.
Oh, he was just
Oh,
chilling.
membrane.
He was just hanging out.
Would
You just
like
killed a buddy.
No.
You just killed a pal.
Why?
Wait, is there
There we
anyone
go.
in this world of Phantom?
No one that's on
You're
currently.
short,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I have the urge.
We don't
Maybe.
need to listen to all
Sor-
of our urges.
Sorry, balls, man.
Yeah, just
Okay, Beals,
keep
man.
the demons in.
Sorry, balls, man.
What do I actually need that I totally forgot to give myself? A bucket of
A
water
motivational
and a
speech.
pumpkin head.
True.
Or that.
Come on, Ray.
Oh, hello.
He's so goofy.
Can I wear a jack-o'-lantern, or does it have to just be a carved
It
pumpkin?
has to be a normal pumpkin.
Thank God I have exactly one normal pumpkin left.
What?
Wait, hold on. My chat just got cleared. What the
What was that? What was that?
Anyone who may have just
Minecart.
messaged me, wink wink, can you send it again? Because I accidentally.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, no, fuck. I found it. I was in like no look mode.
Oh, a
Whatever
bean.
that's called.
No,
How
but-
I don't need an axe, right?
Oh,
I don't need to take my axe or my shovel.
You shouldn't.
Fuck, I pressed the
Thank
wrong
you.
button again.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Why?
okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Inventory. That's cool. So how are we feeling? Motivational speech worthy?
Feeling
No.
10 out of 10.
Ah! Why?
Yeah, that is how I feel.
Why? What are you doing?
You're so real for that. Pick up
Who
the.
are we
real for that.
missing? We're
Um,
missing Queen,
Queen.
Arctic and
Arctic.
and
Mixed
Ray, I
signals here.
think.
Ah.
Yeah. Where is
I think
everybody?
They're
on the
late.
way.
They're 13 minutes late.
Wow.
Ray said no.
Oh,
Where's everybody? No.
no.
Me and Arctic are dropping stuff off. Oh, okay.
Oh, I was gonna say Ray was heating up a quesadilla.
Ray is a case.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Alright.
What?
Why do I need a minecart?
Because there's a mine
we're all getting Minecraft.
railway to like a little bit of the way to get there.
Oh.
But not
Yeah.
everyone is
I
gonna
hit
go in.
code
Are
get
you?
and
Ma-
then
did
they
you?
disappear?
Did you give everyone
Oh.
a minecart?
Yeah, I'm making one for everyone.
Okay.
Wait, why?
There's like 5
on.
blocks that are on a mine path, so he very much wants us to drive that.
No, it goes
No,
quite.
there's a lot. I was
There's
walking
quite a
through
lot.
it.
Wait, are we doing this or are we doing another route?
We're not doing another roof. We're all agreed to do the adventurous, scary path.
Everyone
No,
wants to
it's
take
cool.
scary
Adventure
path.
Scary path.
Yay!
And we're all gonna
scary,
die.
spooky.
Yay!
Yay!
So you guys are comfortable
It'll be
with
our
that?
warm-up.
It'll be fun.
Fine.
Wait, did I give you a minecart?
Yep.
Okay.
Me? Yeah.
Hey! Hello.
I'm getting roasted for my terrible bow aim. I'm not usually that bad, but I needed to warm up. Okay?
Me.
I'm absolute garbage.
Yeah, I can
I'm
tell.
sorry.
You think I can hit you from here?
Try it. Try.
This might hurt.
Let me show you how it's done.
Ah!
Done.
Loser.
Guys, we can't
Wait,
kill the
I think
captain.
I
Wait,
hit.
Bestie, don't die. I was kidding.
Don't kill the captain.
Bessie, don't die.
Ah!
I'm slow. It's hot.
Levi,
your
was
mother.
that your first bow shot on the surface?
I'm a
Yes, it was.
skewer.
So proud.
Are
Bip,
some people not
bip.
wearing their Enderman protection goggles?
Bip, bip, bip,
What's
bip,
that
bip,
yet?
bip, bip, bip,
I
bip, bip,
always
bip,
wear
bip.
protection.
I feel like I'll look
Let me
silly.
put my crown away then.
I will also look silly.
You already look silly.
That's
Bip,
fine.
bip, 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 bip.
You look
Bestie shaking
silly.
their booty.
Bip, 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 bip.
What are they?
Wouldn't you like to know?
That's my butt.
So
Mom's
you
a
want
good boy.
you want to hear a funny story?
Which one?
I don't think wow. Okay.
No,
The
tell the
router already
story.
restarted.
Did it
I
restarted?
died.
Did it
Yes,
restart?
I died.
See a magic trick?
Captain was there. I died and Boyd got us there. And, like, you know, she tried getting me back.
But do you
Boop.
want to see a magic trick?
Anyways, but yeah, it restarted.
Damn it!
Map.
They didn't take the bait, Bestie.
I never lost internet, so I don't know how it restarted.
It didn't
You.
restart, but it restarted.
Are you ready to see a magic
Captain, if I shot you,
Are you?
would you die?
I shouldn't.
Those in there.
Queen, do you have everything
Yes.
that you need?
I'm a pincushion.
Yes.
Excuse me.
I have the honey in here, and I have 3 extra honey on me.
Okay, good.
Bestie, do you want to see a magic trick?
I would love
I
to
need
see a magic
blocks.
trick.
Okay,
Show
good,
me.
because I'm gonna do it. Ready?
Okay.
What?
That's it. That's the magic trick.
I can do
Wow.
that. Thumbs up.
Wait, really? I want to see you
Uh.
bounce. Go
Oh,
as high
okay.
as you can.
Do your
I'll get up
slime
here.
thing or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wait,
Here,
I'll
I'll
bounce
make
and
her-
then I'll goop.
I haven't
Okay.
seen the slime thing.
Oh yeah. Goop. 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 Goop.
See, I just bounced.
What?
Goop. Goop.
Okay,
Goop.
and
Goop.
this
Goop.
is,
Goop. Goop. Goop.
what
Goop.
button is it? G.
Hey.
almost dead.
Little
Okay.
gooper.
Look, I burned! You will experience another birth. Oh, I'm sorry, it kills people.
Pride, I
You know.
literally almost just smacked you. I did not realize that was you.
I know I look a little different, but, you know.
Wow.
So,
Captain has arrows sticking out of them already.
should we
Uh,
get,
I'm not in
8-minute
the air
fire res
anymore.
pots? Scarlet, should we get 8-minute fire res pots?
Yeah,
In case somebody falls into the lava?
Guys, we've
Oh.
discovered.
Me.
Guys,
Me.
we've
Yeah.
discovered a problem.
What is the problem?
Arctic
Make-
can't come
ma-
through the XP farm.
Wait, what
Why?
They can't
Water.
touch water.
Oh. Yeah, there's no other way up. I
Didn't
don't
someone
think.
have water protection?
I gave them.
Oh yeah, I have a water protection book.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, go to
they
Would
the
that
can
help?
put that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting it if I can climb this ladder.
They're gonna go to the other portal. Things will be okay.
I don't think they can. Elias broke the other one to make sure that the nether roof one worked.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oh, if they can go to the nether roof, yeah, they're fine. But he's also gonna literally fall in water just walking here because the whole thing is fucking water. Like a water
I
bridge.
hate it.
Sorry.
Oh,
was
Scar,
too
you have
aesthetic.
you have
Yeah, it's for the
3
aesthetic.
8-minute fire res in.
Brother.
Brother.
We can make more.
Brother.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
bounce.
I have a bunch
Brother.
of magma creams
Brother, I
if you want to make
crave
more. I just think
grapes.
I ran out of
Brother, I
bottles.
crave beef.
What the
That's
fuck?
not
Brother,
I might have put 10 in a
We're
random
craving loops.
chest.
I smell like beef.
You.
I think that's enough of the internet for today.
Oh, they
Gonna have to
keep
find bottles
hurting
or
me.
glass. Ah, I
mean,
found
there's-
some.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy.
There should be everything you need. Why are you? Yeah,
Stop
I'm
it!
throwing up. What's
Yeah.
happening?
It's just
I
was
leave
like-
you kids for 1 second, and this is what happens.
You know,
I
pre-game
was craving
grunt.
loops with August.
Yeah.
Free
We
game
should make
shrooms.
Minecraft into a drinking game.
I wish.
Is
Oh,
anyone
God.
21 besides Cap? Are you even 21, Captain?
Yeah.
I had a whole birthday stream.
I birthday.
Yeah.
No
a
one
whole
else is allowed
birthday.
to even make jokes about drug or alcohol use.
Listen, I have
Dang
3
it.
months left.
True.
Jokes about
Yeah,
making
yeah.
meth like Breaking Bad?
Well,
What
yeah,
the
why
hell
didn't we
is
talk about
that?
meth? Meth is funny.
Yeah, like Breaking
Meth is
Bad.
funny.
Like Breaking Bad.
Thank you.
You know,
Stop it.
amphetamine is like, you know, it's
I'm
so
good. I'm not gonna have any more food. I keep having to eat it all because of you.
There's the extra food chest.
You guys?
Yeah, there's a whole extra food chest.
I'm gonna eat it all
Also
because people keep
extra
shooting me.
Bonobos.
You guys want to see something
It's not my
cool?
fault.
Yes, it is.
Very
Wait,
shootable.
see what?
I'm
Hello.
semi-corporeal.
Hi.
Semi-corporeal.
I'm making fire
I'm
resistance
semi-corporeal.
potions.
So
I
I'm
don't know
very
what
corporeal.
fire is.
Semi-corporeal.
That's cool.
Because
case
the
somebody
What
falls
the
in
nether
the
fuck?
lava.
path is
No,
very
who said that?
dangerous.
Me?
The what?
The nether path is very dangerous. I need gold boots.
Okay.
Oh, we need the gold
I'm
boots?
confused.
I mean, you. If we're not taking the nether roof roof anymore, so we need the boots.
Valid.
Oh, Ray's
valid.
here.
Ray.
Yeah, Ray
Hello.
got here a while ago.
Oh my god, Ray.
Listen.
Oh,
Do I have
I'm
a chest?
Stupid.
Arctic, you don't. But are you a vegetarian or a meat eater?
I have no restrictions.
Okay, then you can pick this vegetarian
Loser?
chest.
Sorry, that was rude.
Loser.
Oh my
Arctic,
god.
how are you?
I'm existing.
Okay,
It's
I
been
mean, me too.
it's been you know what I'm saying?
It's been
I
a
just
minute.
realized. Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Guys, I made a smiley
Elias,
face.
chat has requested your presence.
Yeah.
I suppose I'll
Oh, I
take
need
that
to
over my
pull
regular
your
bow.
chat up on my phone. Where is my phone?
No, you don't. It's okay. We'll freeball it.
Free ball him.
Potato.
Stop it!
Guys, mods are gone. Now is the time to shit talk them.
Penis.
Man, fuck
Please
the
don't.
mods.
Fuck the mod.
I have a very sensitive
Balls.
Penis.
Balls.
Cock and balls. As if those
Cock
are
and
banned
ball
terms
tor-
in my street.
Cock and ball torture.
We're
cock
pretending.
and ball
Cock and ball torture might be on the edge.
Hey, balls man.
Hey, balls.
Hey, balls, man.
What?
Hey, balls producer.
Balls producer.
Hey, you said it earlier.
I produced the balls.
I love
Cognitive
when there's someone.
Oh shit.
It's so.
I produced the balls.
It's like a
And I'm the
child
balls
being mad at
man.
you.
I am the balls.
United we stand.
Protecting
I
mud, you're short. Protecting mud, you're
I have those
I
in
am.
my cabinet.
Oh shit! I didn't take
Oh
my
my
pills
God.
today.
Fuck.
That reminds me.
That's not
CBT
healthy.
123.
CBT 123.
Hold on.
Uh,
I need to.
hey,
we need to
yo.
talk about CBT 123. So I was in my therapist's office earlier, right? And I'm looking at like what's in his shelves and stuff, and I look over and I see the words CBT 123. So what it is, it's cognitive behavioral therapy, like
yeah.
how it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I need a shovel.
But it looks really fucking funny, cause it's called CBT 123.
And
Gonna
that's
borrow
fucking
2 sticks real
hilarious
quick.
to me.
That's pretty funny.
It is pretty funny, cause it's cog and ball torture.
Yeah,
Cock and ball
It's
torture.
funny.
Arctic, how are you not pissing?
Oh, it's water!
Penis.
I can't touch water.
Where-
Water is
Oh,
scary.
do that.
Where-
If you
where's
have
your-
if you have fire prot, you can touch water
I
temporarily.
didn't do that.
Where's
wait,
your,
Arctic,
where's your,
do you
I don't have
there
a
it
bow
is.
on me. I don't
Alright,
have
who
a
wants
bow.
snowballs? Come get them.
I'm good, I have a lot.
Balls?
Free balls! Balls for everyone!
Actually,
I've
we're
already
just
touched your
assessing.
Keep 'em in your
We
dr-
keep going
Why
back to
were
the
in my
same
jungle
balls.
Mm.
with this?
Is balls all
Why
we
is my
can talk
stream
about?
freezing? Hello?
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Makes a lot.
Sorry, I was disregarding my true nature and not having my snow trail
Arctic,
on.
how
Sorry.
many enchantment points do you have?
Hey, balls.
Oh,
Do you
levels?
like,
I have 7.
Yeah. Okay, come here.
They kiss
It's
her.
short and it's fun. No.
Come on.
You need some
Take
time.
both
You
of
need
those.
like
Pucker up, and the chest.
No. No.
Bomb. Bomb.
I
Not yet,
hate
not
this
yet.
country.
Hey,
I hate
Now
now.
follow me,
Elias
Arctic.
took.
Why are
Wait.
you?
Water proc? Okay.
Come on.
Where are you at? What, not? There you are.
It told me, said things.
I got
Come
lost.
on.
Do we have everyone?
I'm trying.
No.
I'm
Oh, wait,
slow.
What would they say?
Everyone stand on your chest again.
Is
Hold
that the water
on.
elevator?
I think we're missing
I'm
one.
trying-
No, it's
Ooh,
not.
ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hey.
Humana,
That's
humana.
fine. That's fine.
Just
Hi,
making
hold
sure.
on, I'm here.
Okay.
My stream's lagging.
Hold on, guys. I gotta piss real quick. I'll
Father
be back.
over next to
Have
me.
fun.
No.
Go
wait,
wide, everybody.
Ah,
Open
no,
it. Why
that's
am I
gross.
opening my mouth?
Yep, Pride's over there.
Why are you pissing in each other's mouths?
Okay,
What?
yeah,
Oh,
did you put the
God.
book on it?
Yes.
Okay, you should be safe now from the water. At least
Owie.
somewhat.
I believe it just delays when I take the damage.
Okay.
I have
I'm gonna bring
14.
Get
I
out
have
of the
14
chest.
8-minute fire res pods.
Pass them out, one for each person, and then we march.
Do we want a
Finn's
game plan? Like
pissing.
who does what? Or are we just gonna go for it?
Ew.
Yeah, who wants to volunteer to destroy crystals?
I'll destroy crystals.
I can do
I
it.
Fall damage.
I can do it.
I can do it because I have snowballs.
I'm putting a
Bow.
pot
I'm
in
kidding.
every.
I'm kidding. We can. Yeah.
I need to make another shovel. Anyone got a shovel to make more snowballs with? Because I want to
Nope,
fill my
that's not the
inventory
right
with them.
Oh my god.
Why? Arctic.
Arctic,
What?
please stay still.
What are the snowballs for? Everyone get on your chest. I need to do a head count.
The snowball.
Arctic,
my
that is not
snowballs,
your
when I throw
chest.
them-
Can you control when you put the snow down or not?
Oh yeah, totally. I just choose to.
Oh, so you're
dick.
Got it.
Yeah. But when I throw snowballs, they do extra damage.
You know how
See?
long it's been taking
Wait.
me to clean up all the snow
There we
in
go.
the jungle?
See,
So
that
you
did
also
damage.
It didn't hurt me at all.
It takes a good hour.
Well, you're wearing
Because you're wearing
netherite.
netherite
Duh.
armor.
Wait, who said that? Dark? Did you say that?
I don't think we have River.
We don't have River.
Is
I think we're only missing River.
I vote to kill him instead of
River just got on for the first time today, so I don't think they will.
Oh. What? I made them a whole chest, though. Okay, take whatever shit you want from their stuff. I'm taking carrots.
Ow, that's rude.
Big apples. And
But this pants has the heat protection on it.
I'm taking slow fall.
I mean, I guess I'll put the boots on, but
I
guess-
would recommend not drinking your fire res pot
Arctic, do
until
you
we
have
get to
a
the
diamond
dangerous
sword?
part of the highway.
What?
Okay.
Do you
Do
have a
not
diamond
use
sword?
it unless you have
I have a diamond axe.
fallen into the lava
better.
because that's how I got
No.
fucked many times.
Axes are better.
Oh.
Elias, we're leaving. It's too
Are we
late.
ready? Elias,
No,
do you
Finn's
need
still
a
pissing.
fire res pot?
Oh.
Yeah.
I put
Yeah.
one in every single chest.
Take yours. Elias, you didn't take any of your shit. Put it all in your inventory.
Does everybody have a minecart?
Yep.
Yes. I also have 6 vines. That are
You gave
not
me a
left.
water bucket. I can't use a
Oh,
water
I
bucket.
gave you the vines.
You
It's
have
for the
fire
Enderman,
prot. If
Arctic.
you
I
have-
didn't know you
If you
could.
have water prot, you can use it.
Does anyone need like
No.
a diamond
'Cause
sword
it's-
or axe?
If you have water protection,
Which
Well,
he
I
you
have
does
can use
though.
it. It's only temporarily. So to do a water bucket clutch, you should be fine as long as you have water prot.
I have powdered snow.
It's just
It'll
if
be
the
fine.
Endermen if the Endermen are attacking you, you don't have to take it. If there's something you can't use
Yeah.
in your chest, just leave it, and we'll
Yeah.
reapportion. Elias, are you
If
ready?
the Endermen are feeling a little not spicy today, we can do this quickly.
Yeah.
That's why everyone has the snowman helmets.
And we all
Which I
look
guess
alike.
Arctic has already.
That's the skin.
Yes.
Oh,
Take off
okay.
your Arctic. Show
Take
them
off
the underlayer of your head.
We're
So
constantly
take off your helmet and your
I
hat.
can see it. Oh.
No.
There's an underlayer?
Take off your head.
Yes.
I-
So go into settings.
Oh.
Take
Go
off
to
your hat.
options and skin customization and
Jesus.
your head.
Oh my god!
That's so silly.
Oh, I messed up the head.
The top is still there.
God damn it, I messed it up.
I feel naked.
He's
Oh, that
blonde!
explains why the top part of his head
Sorry,
doesn't
a
have
ginger.
anything.
Sinks in. Does everyone that
I
wants
messed
a
it up.
piece of gold armor have a piece of gold armor?
I
Oh,
need
wait.
I could use one, please.
booties.
Oh wait,
Okay.
yes,
I'll just
please.
scare him away with my intimidation.
I'm a sickly
Should
Victorian
I?
child.
Was
Does
I
that-
need gold.
was that 3 or
Wait,
4 people
Finn.
that needed gold?
How many
Finn's
people need?
AFK right now.
Oh, good.
Everybody who needs a piece, come into the house.
I'm in the house.
Okay,
Cactus.
come to the basement.
Through the snow.
I've
Here,
made
you go.
Totally
You go, Pride. You
secret
go.
basement.
Oh, okay.
It's a secret. Pretend you don't know what this is.
I don't know what this is.
Okay, Captain, here's
I am
boots.
Thank you.
Canonically blind
Whoa.
in my- I'm canonically blind in my left eye, I think.
Yeah, you won't see the left
I don't
eye.
know what they are.
Okay.
Aw, we all have boots. This is so
Yes,
cute.
one
Powdered
boot.
snow.
We're the boot club.
I have to make them
Boot
one at a time.
club,
We're still
boot
missing
club,
I
boot
still need
club,
boots.
boot club.
Thank
There you go, Pride. Alright, let's go.
Levi, do you need gold?
No,
Wait, Ty, are you
Elias,
done?
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, back to your chest, everyone. We're doing a final head
That
count after
hurt.
this, and then we're leaving.
Well, to be fair, Ray, I probably would be heterochromic, but I don't have eyes.
I like
Crane,
women.
get on your
Two different
chest.
color eyes.
Nobody will ever know what color my eyes are because
fucking
I
chest.
wear a skull on my face.
I've seen
That's
them.
Is there a reason
gnarly.
for
What?
that?
Yeah.
What's my
You
literal
have
job
eyes?
to hurt
Drag
you?
it.
I know, it's crazy.
And
Oh my
yes,
God,
okay,
Arby.
everyone
What?
ready?
Yes.
Your
Wait.
No.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
ready now. I had to take a drink.
Okay.
Finn is still AFK.
Okay, also,
Who is
at some,
Crane?
Okay, this is a legitimate thing. When we go in the Nether, at some point, it is literally going to be faster for me to ride in a boat than to walk. So just take that into a note. Yeah, no, my walking speed is slow as fuck. I'm holding it.
Okay.
Oh.
Pride puts that down.
I appreciate you, Pride. I won't hit you with the snowball on purpose.
Okay. Wait, but is Crane AFK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna hit them with snowballs till they get back. If they die, they die.
Everyone tell a story. Not all at once.
So,
Levi, you go.
I have a really good story.
Okay. Vicious be gay. Yep, good one, mate.
That's a good one. My story is about how,
Arctic has a story.
Oh.
Perfect. Okay, so... Oh gosh, give me 1 second.
Got the music on.
Thank you. Oh, let's see. I have so many to tell from work. So, I have this one client at work. And, something about him is he's super...
I like how that happened just as the beat dropped. It was perfect.
just like it was total chaos. That was so funny.
Was that the story, Arctic?
No, it wasn't.
Great story, Arctic.
That was a good story.
That was pretty sick. Those are some weird ass lines you got.
Yes. Yeah. But, I can't think with the fucking music on. Can the music be turned off, please? I'm sorry. Thank you. But, the client's super agreeable. Like, you say anything to him, he'll go, yeah. So, joking around with them, and it's like, oh, what was it? I was like, alright, so, you know, what do you want to do? You know, we got about an hour and a half to kill, you know, where do you want to go? You want to, like, I list a bunch of, like, places we can go, and then, like,
And he was like, let's go to a strip club. True.
Oh, no, wait, that was it. That was the last one I listed. You want to go to the Yeah, no, I went, you want to go to the gentleman's club? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, do you know what a gentleman's club is? Yeah.
Why
And
did
he's
you
like, I'm like,
offer
what?
that, Arctic?
I did it as a joke. Okay, it was a joke, first off. And then he says, yeah. And I'm like, do you even know what that is? No. But he goes, yeah. And I'm like, okay, what is it? And then he sits there and looks at me for a minute. And I'm like, you good? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, so what is it? I don't know.
So real.
It's a place
So
where
silly.
the little gay frogs go and be distinguished gentlemen. That's what it is.
Yes!
Yes.
Why does a frog, listen, why does a frog need a job? To do frog things. And what are frog things? Strip clubs.
Yeah. Okay, alright. Crane, are you back yet?
That's gay.
Captain, I think it's a bit futile. Since
What do we do?
Arctic's going to
Give me them snowballs. I want snowballs. Give me the snowballs.
What do we do, guys?
Captain, I
Crane's
think
still
it's futile.
AFK.
Restarting my stream.
I'm gonna tell him to hit
Ow!
Someone at
Sweet.
Crane in
Fucking damn
Discord.
I'll message
Okay,
You guys,
give
you
me.
like Vine?
Okay, I was kind of thrown into that. Give me a minute. I'll think of a better
You guys
story.
like Vine?
They just said so. And by
Look,
they,
it's
I
not my
mean
fault.
it.
My stream is dying.
By they, I mean Guzker.
No,
Do you like Vine?
It's just one person.
Motherfucker can.
Have I been
Say
given a
words.
gift? My inventory is full. I've been given vines. Thank you.
Do you guys like
I
Vine?
said say words.
It was my favorite app.
No, I'm putting on deodorant.
Yes.
Oh.
I've
Okay,
seen-
we're
I
gonna
love-
start with
Stinky.
I love.
Guys, I have a story that has a lesson. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a princess that lived in a high castle named Elias Set. And she had very long hair, and she longed to escape, but then she got a desktop PC and she never left her castle and was very happy. The end.
I love that one.
That's
The
amazing.
story is
Uh-huh.
never leave your house.
Oh.
There's no reason
Real.
to do that.
Gotcha.
So
Real.
true.
Fixing my OBS. Trying to see why stream is crashing.
Sorry.
What
Are you
should we
done
do
putting
during
deodorant
this
on?
intermission?
Yeah.
Unscheduled intermission.
Are you near your mic?
Yeah.
Okay, because your
You
levels
should
were
give a
like really
motivational
low, and I
speech.
didn't know if it was my
Oh,
end or
weird.
your end.
Because we need motivation.
I fix it.
Okay.
Ooh, wait, I can do something funny. I can do something funny. Do those.
Okay.
I've returned from pissing, guys.
Finally.
Yay!
Oh my
Yay.
god!
Yeah!
Now we just need to wait for Queen.
Fuck!
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
fine.
Oh, you're.
Let's go.
I
Let's go.
can
We're
multitask.
going.
Everyone's here.
We're going
Queen said I
on
can
a trip
multitask.
in our favorite rocket ship.
Zooming through the sky, little Einsteins.
I was off the beat. I'm sorry.
We were all on.
Get ready to explore.
Delay.
Much to find, little Einsteins.
Come on!
Let's go! Little Einsteins.
Drowning!
Don't
Guys,
do that. Arctic, you're gonna have to go through the hole.
Guys,
I'm sorry. It's only
gonna-
one block of.
I'm making a confession.
Not being able to hear them for a second is very funny.
I know. I was like, wait, where did everybody go? Okay.
Guys,
Squeeze in, kids.
Van's leaving.
Second, I thought you said squeezing kids. I was like,
So, yeah, I'm squeezing kids.
That's
Guys,
for after midnight.
guys,
What?
I will make a confession.
Yeah.
What?
I've only watched one episode of Little Einsteins.
I've
That's
watched
sacrilege.
I've watched a-
Whoever hasn't watched-
I've watched a couple, but that's because I'm the oldest of 5, so
Wait,
it's
which
kind of.
direction am I supposed to go? This way.
I think we're going
We
this
have
way.
everyone, right?
No?
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hold on, hold on. Some more coming down the stairs.
7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 is my count.
That's everybody.
No!
Thanks, Mom.
Yep,
Elias
everybody.
usually does this.
Does everyone have a
No!
Elias is
somebody
the
not.
dad.
Just
Like,
like
wait,
it
no!
is SMP.
Just like it.
Yep.
Who's moaning?
Okay,
Wait,
here we
we go
go.
this
Wait,
way.
wait, wait. No, 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 no.
always
Everyone come back.
Wait,
Everyone come
where are we
back.
going?
He wants us to take our mine cards.
We're taking our mine card.
Fuck you.
It's
What?
gonna be
I
a
go
train.
first.
Take them where?
I'm gonna go slow.
We're gonna be.
Whoa!
Dad, I don't.
It's gonna be like-
Dad, I don't have a rail car. Dad. Dad, I don't have inventory.
Levi, wait for me! Okay.
Faster.
Woo!
Than running.
Hi, Levi.
Faster.
Yeah, but it'll save hunger.
Woo!
Go faster.
Woo!
Ooh, we're at the slow part.
I caught up to
I
you.
literally
Riding this
can't.
at Universal.
Hi, guys.
Hit me or something. 8. Just
No!
punch.
I don't remember this.
That doesn't do what you think it does.
Oh no, I
Hey,
got hurt.
hey, don't punch each other on the ride.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I got excited.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
Hands, arms, and legs.
Inside the ride at all times.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking silly. I
Go
love it.
faster!
Woo! I kind of like the zigzags though. They're kind of killer.
Let's go.
How far I'll go.
Do, 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 do.
Dad! No, wrong movie!
I am Moana.
No.
I better be.
It's considered a cover if we sing it.
Yeah, exactly.
As it should be.
Professional.
Best goddamn cover you've ever heard.
Hi! Hi, bestie!
Bestie! I'm Bestie! I'm Bestie!
Oh, hey,
Whoa!
We're all gonna get it at once.
Only those of us that haven't done much. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Elias.
Oh! Oh no!
What?
Hey! I fixed it!
I'm still going. Fuck everyone else.
Hi, Levi! Get it! Get it! I picked it up.
Oh. Yeah, fuck you.
We're still going.
Uh-oh.
What?
Woohoo! We're gonna go kill the dragon by ourselves.
Hey!
You're not. I'm right here.
It's just gonna be you and me against the world.
Hell yeah.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Okay.
That you're
Thanks,
so real
Elias.
for that one.
For real, I guess?
Hey,
Who's
Bucko,
missing
I'm
a
gonna
card?
shit yourself.
What the fuck?
Guys,
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Hello? Hi. I miss you guys.
Hi, August. I'm coming for you.
Please do. I'm very alone.
Oh.
Oh, it is very open. Whoa. Ooh, what a view. How do I get off this ride? I want my ticket back. Bestie!
Ah! Bestie, it ends here.
Oh, it ends here?
Yeah, it's not lit up, but it doesn't matter because it ends over here anyway.
Oh, okay. Hi, Finn.
Hey, man. Hey, boss man.
Where do we go from here?
What the fuck?
Where are the others?
What,
I don't
you
know,
saying
they're all
boss
behind
man?
us.
I know where to go.
Chise was ahead of us.
Are you disturbed by me saying
I
balls man?
think she stopped.
man.
Balls man?
Balls man.
Balls man?
Alright, let's wait.
Oh, there she is.
Balls man. Balls man.
Balls man.
Is this the end?
Yeah, that's the end.
In the tracks, at least.
Oh wait. Yeah.
No, this is lit up.
How much food we saved? Because we
You
would've gone
trail
for
snow
a
even in the nether?
Oh,
That's weird.
Cool.
This is okay. By the way, this is my walking speed.
Do you think it'll melt, maybe?
Sorry who I hit.
Me! What the hell?
Oh, then I'm not sorry.
Do we have everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hello.
How much
how to
turns there?
count. I'm glad
I don't
you
know
did.
either.
Yeah, I think this is everybody.
This is
Alright,
legitimately
wait, I'm gonna
faster
stand here like
for
a
me.
mom and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Careful,
7,
careful.
8, 10, 9. I keep counting 9 unless people are walking inside each other.
Are you counting yourself?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Wait,
9.
do we have Elias? Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got it this time.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh my
Resume.
god.
God damn it.
Guys, it's like a field trip.
Everybody pick your buddy!
This is faster! This is literally faster for me than walking. This is not a joke.
Gassed. Someone.
Did you
Protect
just
me.
say your card's
Protect
sick?
me. Oh my god. Is someone writing in here with me?
No. I'll do it.
No.
Thank you.
Of course.
Can we go around you?
Yeah.
Why don't you wanna... Oh.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Ow. Ow!
Sorry.
Don't punch me!
I
You
was
almost
trying to
punched
bring
me off the
boat. Give me my
bridge!
boat back.
Alright, I'm
I
running.
want my boat back. This is my running speed. Okay?
Arctic,
I'm sorry.
You're just gonna be behind. There's nothing we can do about that.
Oh, it's so sad. No.
I should put my music back on now. There we go.
You know when people come into chat and say things that are close to the N word and it takes you like a while to process because your brain is thinking about other things? That just happened.
I can't do this.
And I
I'm
was
too
like-
tall.
Oh yeah. Aren't you like 4 feet tall?
No.
2.2 blocks? Are you over 2 blocks, Cap?
I'm like 1.3 or something.
Okay, okay.
My height
This
still
part
needs
is
to be
pretty
fixed again,
basic.
but...
I tried in the rest of the path to oh, I lost Cap. Am
It's
I
okay.
back?
I was just close enough that I could still hear you.
Okay. The rest of the path should be cobble over lava, but it is not cobble in any other parts.
Mm.
Because my mic's not facing me.
This is where the bad path starts.
Hi.
That's a
That's the
child.
village portal.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Travis?
No, that's not Travis.
Oh, it's not Travis? Okay.
No, 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 no.
Single file, please.
Yeah, single file here.
Are we there yet?
Careful!
That's why
Please.
single file.
August,
Yeah, this is actually really
What?
cool place.
why are you
We have-
shifting so
What if I build
fast?
a summer home here?
I'm not shifting at all!
We have
Ray, that's
5,000
me
blocks to go.
What?
Yeah,
What do you
oh my
mean
God.
you're not shifting?
I'm not
I just saw
shifting.
Piglin
I am
fall into the
visibly
fucking
seeing you shifting.
lava
I'm
lake.
not shifting.
There's a gas.
Literally shifting, August.
I'm not.
Totally shifting.
Run!
You are.
I'm not.
It's not
Run.
shifting.
What's shifting?
Crouching.
Caillou.
Guys, run! Guys, run! Run! Run!
Growing up
Run!
is not so tough.
Run!
That's when I've had enough.
I am not looking back. I do not like those noises.
Single file, single file.
This is the only
Single file, guys.
goes back into
Oh,
2
God.
again. There's also equipment repair and food stopover points if at some point we run out of shit and need to do that.
Oh, nice.
There should be 3.
Considerate.
It was
You're
because
fine.
I literally kept breaking my pickaxes so I would stop mine more time. It wasn't out of consideration, it was out
Still.
It was out of necessity.
Hey,
But
Augie
that's how
Woggy.
capital.
Hello.
Hey, that's my Augie Woggy. What the fuck?
Guys, calm down. We can share the Augie Woggy.
Nuh-uh.
Our
There's a
Augie
big
Woggy.
slime.
Communism.
I love
That's not a
communism.
I'm so sorry there's so much single file. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize there was still
I mean, it works. It keeps things flowing.
I am lagging
That's
again.
true.
I love him with all of my life.
What?
I love him.
He's
You should
been there
name him.
every time I've come. Actually,
I love that.
My favorite.
I don't think he's ever not been there.
Hey, bestie. I missed you.
I missed you too. I got ahead, but now I'm behind because I had to eat them.
It's okay.
Oh my god, guys, go faster.
Stop jumping. You're gonna die.
I am severely lagging.
Because you're gonna jump and it's gonna be the wrong moment.
No,
you're gonna jump
it's
into
never
lava.
the wrong moment to take your chance, bestie.
It is always the wrong moment to
Can
take that.
everyone?
Exactly.
Can everyone offer Ray a prayer of protection for how many times they died just making these paths? Ray didn't do this one, obviously, because it's bad, but Ray did.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
Ray.
That
Thanks,
is scary.
Ray. Heart emoji.
Yeah, heart emoji.
Sorry I froze there, I wasn't ready.
I like to go fast.
Well done, we're at another checkpoint.
I'm an ocelot.
Does anyone need to stop? Does anyone need to
Anyone
pull
need to
over?
use the
Bathroom
restroom?
Potty
I
break.
actually need to get some
Anyone,
water,
This is such
like
a
in real
field
life.
trip.
I also need.
anyone need to get a drink?
Okay, we'll be back.
I
Okay.
need some water.
Does anyone not have gold on? Because we're about to get attacked by them. Okay, good job. GG's.
I
got this, guys.
lagging.
Wait, are
and
we
I'm not
doing
sure
a
why.
break? Are we doing
Oh,
a
I
group
don't know
break?
how
Did everyone use the bathroom and have water and it's
Wait,
good?
guys, you know
We're
what we
not
didn't
stopping
think about?
again.
What?
You know what we didn't think about? Arctic is going in a boat over those one
Oh.
blocks.
Oh no! Oh no!
But he's not going to be able to get through the one block tunnels.
Arctic, how you doing?
Arctic has to walk. Oh,
Boats
he's gonna
need
be
two
so
block
behind.
tunnels.
Arctic's got to be so far behind. Oh my god.
And there's
We'll
stairs,
meet him
too.
there. Listen,
Poor boy.
we'll all
Yeah,
be
we'll meet him
dead
there.
and like having to respawn, and he'll just come in, swoop in, and save the day.
You know what I didn't bring?
Last
I didn't
tip.
bring a bed.
The last.
they are.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're right here.
Oh whoa.
I see why.
Yeah, talking
You
shit
made
about
it.
us, I see.
You
You know what?
Stay
You know what?
with him.
Oh, he's
You know
my
what?
dad.
Mom, you suck. You left me to die.
Arctic, does
You
this
suck.
mean you're my
The
brother?
generational trauma repeats.
Aw.
The idea.
Wait,
You know what? Dad,
wait,
Dad's
wait,
better.
wait.
Dad's the better parent.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
But mom's so cool. So is dad.
Mom
But,
left me to die.
So did mine. And look, I'm still fine. Oh, Bastion.
Oh yeah, wait, where's a
Through the portal.
Yo, just one shot that bitch. Sorry. Anyways,
Just killed a man, feeling good.
actually it was a gas, but you know. Just
Oh,
with
God,
my
I just
amazing
really
bow
walked
skills
into
and the
fucking
fact that its
lava.
hitbox is like stupidly large.
I don't see
Guys.
8 on my mini map. Where's 8?
Uh oh.
You're all the way back there.
Oh. Did something happen?
Mom sucks, so she left. She
I
probably
think-
went on ahead to claim the glory for herself.
I think she's coming back. She was a little bit further ahead than me.
Excuse you. She helped me through 2 mental breaks. She just doesn't like you. You're not the favorite.
Why
Nope.
did I get let
Thank you.
I'm gonna slowly walk back home. Fuck you
No,
guys.
Thank you.
I'm leaving.
Arctic.
You can't stop me.
No,
I
no,
am
no, no,
slowly walking away.
Arctic. Scarlet's chat.
Where are you going?
What? Bullshit.
No cookie.
For what?
For being slow.
Oh, they collided mid-air. That was cool.
You know what? You know what?
That's ableist of them.
That's so ableist.
Wow.
I am disabled in hot environments, and they're making fun of
Oh,
me.
you back
How
in?
fucking dare
Yeah.
they?
Cool. Let's go. Come on.
Yay, hey.
Sorry. You're so speedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the fast
have the
measurement.
Oh.
cat.
I'm practically a normie.
Maybe
Uh-oh.
if they came back and waited
What happened to
for us,
Finn?
they would have been fine.
Finn was with
Who died?
Oh no! I didn't even see chat.
But how did they? Confusion. They bought?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm hearing so much aggressive.
That probably means everyone's like waiting up there then.
Might be.
Oh boy.
What?
Oh no.
What? Shit.
You okay?
Yep.
Oh my god, I'm so slow. Is this where they died?
No, 8's building up. 8 fell.
Ah,
Jesus. Careful.
I tripped.
Good?
punch rooms.
Yep.
Okay.
Really, the slowest people should be up front to make sure they don't get left behind.
True.
No.
But,
Some guys up
well,
ahead.
fuck
Just
you
be
guys.
careful in case they accidentally push you off.
Yep. Thank you, Queen.
Levi's up here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm directing traffic. Please
No
stop
one
it.
come
Right
this
here.
way.
Stop at the cubby.
Stop right here.
What happened?
Stop at the cubby.
We had a
We
death
had a
in the
death.
family.
Yeah, what
And
happened?
it was totally not
Oh, God,
anyone's
you got
fault
lava.
Just a minor, you know,
Who
field trip.
pushed
It
Finn
happens
in?
every time.
No one pushed anyone. What do you mean?
Did-
But yeah,
Okay,
we want to
I
make
made
sure
this
that their
copy.
stuff doesn't get.
Wait,
Yeah,
did you
I-
did you push Finn off?
Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
We were mining.
I'm just making a cubby. For
Smart.
The
I
people.
can't pick shit up because
For the people.
For the people. I am a
can do some
people's
of it.
person.
Yeah, I've
not
got space.
Communism.
I'm helping.
Can
I
some
got
of you
the
just
rest of
put
it.
put it
Everyone
in
is
your
equal.
EC and then we'll take
Yeah,
Actually,
here.
Isn't that what this is? Since we're all leaders of
That
our own
would've been
kingdoms, we're all
theirs,
equal.
that.
in
Queen,
some
does
rights.
anyone have an extra
Are we
fire
communists?
pot? Because we lost
I mean,
one.
kind of.
I have
I-
a fire pot. Yes.
Uh-oh.
What
Can
are
I
you
have?
saying,
Or do you need
Yes.
it?
I have
Well, okay,
lots of extras.
think about it.
Anything else?
I
If
have
we're
one.
all
I
rulers.
just
Where
can't
are you?
hear you
Oh,
over
right
everyone
here.
else.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been told I was
Okay.
very quiet.
Good.
But if we're all rulers,
Alright. Do we
then we're
wait
all
here for
communists
Crane?
because we're all equal.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
And
because this
people
is
like-
this is where they know we are. So
Yeah.
Wait, you
You know,
know what we should
communism.
be doing? We should be going through the stopover portals because we put a bed at each of them, and that way your respawn is at the most recent
Yeah.
portal.
do we want to grab one of those beds too?
Smart.
Maybe.
There should be enough wool at the last one to make another bed, or there is one
Okay.
at the end to
Okay.
spawn.
Who's rubbing their hands?
We've made
Alright.
we've made it.
Listen.
Fine. I
What?
love
Okay.
Arctic
fine.
chat
Really
says
cool.
you should keep going since you're so slow in them.
No
I'm
way
going
federal
back.
logo.
Arctic, no.
We'll
Arctic.
probably defeat the Ender
Done
Dragon
by
before
the
you get
fight by
back.
the time you're done.
Oh my god.
A lesson that we learned is don't like
Ow.
any of this.
Hey, I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
You guys like the
I
flying
just shot.
game?
I wasn't aiming at anyone
Ow.
in particular.
I didn't
Here.
do it. I'm just saying that was our lesson.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
What
hit
the
you.
hell?
You know, I learned that
There
way
we
the
go.
hard way multiple times, because I never learn it.
Yep.
I just keep digging straight up, and that's how I nearly killed Arctic. Because I had full netherite on it, he did not.
I mean, actually, while we're waiting, I'm gonna fix Arctic's skin if I can find my phone.
That's why it smells.
Ow! I have. Do not hit me. I will literally die.
I will combust and die.
I have lost my phone.
I only have 6 hearts. I will legitimately die if someone hits me.
Really? In total?
Yeah.
Devastating. I don't like
There are no perks to being the snowman. It is only detriments.
I mean, you can make.
Oh, I get snow trails. That's it.
You did my lava thing.
Snow is the only perk.
I love
And my snowballs do 1 damage.
Yeah?
Pride, can you call my phone? I can't find it.
I don't know. Can I?
Ooh, roasted.
Hello.
Here, I'll FaceTime you.
Oh.
Give snowballs.
Wait, you don't have a face cam,
Cozy. No one will find us now with your umbrella covering us.
I do not like this, guys. It's so dangerous.
We're hidden
Any
now.
of the path blocks. What if it's more lava? Is someone FaceTiming? What's happening?
I'm trying to find Queen's phone.
Guys, we're playing hide and seek. Try and find us. No, turn. There you go. You're good. No, turn. No, don't crouch. Don't crouch. Don't crouch. Don't crouch.
Why would you hit me?
Wait,
This is an abusive household.
You'll never find us.
Find who?
You'll never find us. Exactly.
Maybe crouch?
Because my thing is glitching out with the name tags.
Yep. Anyways.
It's okay.
You know what I want?
Ow! Ow!
Crouch. Everyone crouch. What?
You know what? Keisha sounds
Ow!
A little mini quiche?
I'm stuck.
Yeah, there's... What is that?
What?
Ray, there's
What
a
did you
boat
guys
on,
put
Ray.
down?
What is that? Is that a boat? Oh wait, I want to do that. Wait, yes. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round. Spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round.
This is a whole stream.
Around the world, around
The world, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world.
Wait, no, wait. You sing that. Okay, so, hold on. Songs about spinning. We're all gonna sing a different song.
Okay.
Playlist for songs about
Got it.
songs about
Spinning. That's so smart. I have a whole entire
It's not
playlist.
about spinning, but you guys could sing the I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba.
That's a good one for psychological torture. That's a good one.
You spin me right round like a right round, baby, record, baby,
As soon as is possible.
round.
Then imagine
Around the world, 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 around the world.
My back, I'm dead.
Right
I left it in the kitchen.
Fucking horses thief.
We
spin me right round.
around the world, around the world.
Goes around, goes around.
Wait,
who said I was around? Who was that? Welcome back, gang.
Okay, y'all get this shit.
Do you not like our
You spin
entertainment?
me right round, baby, right round, like a record,
more.
baby, right round.
What if I just put a fucking water bucket down right now?
My boat! Fuck. Okay.
Wait, who put the vines down here? Where did that come
Me.
from?
It's
so pretty.
I made a smiley
Hey,
face.
give me my. Where's my boat? Give me my boat back.
I don't have
We're
Give
all
me my
happy,
boat.
You know, a great field trip.
Can I have my boat back, please? Who has my boat?
I have
Or an iPad.
You
Can
can
I
have
an
it
iPad?
back when you've earned it. Privileges have to be earned.
Can I have my iPad now, Mom?
No.
You're abusive.
30 more minutes of outside time.
Do
Mom,
do do do
I
do.
don't like outside. It's all
You're
hot
abusive.
and icky.
I
It's not even wet like
Do
the
do do
swamp.
do do.
Nope.
I
Maybe
need
I
to just
should
put
turn
Coco
fine.
Melon on for you guys so everyone shuts up.
Real.
Wait, no, no, no! Play the dancing shapes!
Videos.
Dancing fruit! Dancing fruit! Dancing fruit! Play Bluey!
I don't do drugs, but if I did, this would be the time. Ugh, I do like Bluey, though.
Bluey looks like one of the
You're a
characters in Bluey
genius.
looks like Aaron, and that is my favorite character.
The Russian queen. He was a man who really was bad. He Rasputin, loved his gracious Russian queen. He was a guy who was a Russian.
Good job. You know what I want to say now?
What?
Chat says I never want to have children.
That's all streamers' goals ever.
Real.
Yep.
Well, too bad you're stuck
Every
with us.
streamer. Oh my
has a
God!
goal
Is
of
it
make
because your
everyone
chat
all
loves
have
us so
kids.
much?
Yep, pretty much.
We're just
I
so
want,
you know.
I want to have
captivating.
kids, but I don't want to take care of them after that.
No, I
Can I have my boat back,
Sir,
please?
I don't have it, Arctic.
Who has my boat?
Gun.
Arctic.
What?
I am sending you
Mwah.
the new
Mwah.
version of your skin.
I was
Okay.
just kissed.
Where's my boat? Who has my boat?
No,
Why are you
I'm not gay. I
scaffolding?
swear. My
Who has
boyfriend
my
says
boat?
so.
Get on my scaffolding.
I don't have your boat, but I have my boat. Do you
Mwah.
want it?
No, I want my
That's
boat.
kissing
Where's my
people.
boat at?
That's how you get.
Non-consensual
You know.
smooches.
Premarital handholding.
Captain, every 15-second clip, like in linear order from since we got here, could be a TikTok. Every single one.
You're gonna have a lot of work to
Who
do.
has my boat?
It's on the phone.
House, 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 house,
Oh, okay. Wait,
house.
guys, let's play hot potato. Hot potato.
I made a house.
No, you ruined the game.
Cheesy just ran away from the hot potato.
I'm kind of used to that being a bad thing.
Oh, is this the hot potato?
Let me out.
I got scared.
No,
I
this is
Oh.
a house. Arctic,
If you
can't
put me
do
in, I'm
that.
trapped for good.
There was a.
There's
There was a
right
hole.
here, you guys.
Yeah.
This is a cute house.
Please. Yes, thank you.
Cute. Cute.
Yeah, don't mind, do not mind the ceiling, to be honest.
Don't mind it.
Nice.
Oh hey.
What did I say?
Ah!
Oh, what's up? There's lava.
Oh my God, crazy.
Someone died. Who
Oh,
died?
8.
8.
You fuckers.
Here, I can get
can't
rid of the
stand
lava. I
you
can get rid of the
people.
lava.
This is 2 people that have died on this
I can
part
get
of
rid
the
of the
journey.
lava.
Both to
I got
fire.
AIDS
Got
armor.
rid of
I
the
got AIDS
lava.
armor.
No, I got rid of the lava.
AIDS armor safe.
Digging.
No, on
It's
top.
netherite armor, so it won't burn.
That's the only thing.
I got rid of the lava on top. You guys can mine up.
That's good.
I know. I protect my home. However, I do that, so
Queen.
I protect my home.
I think I maybe die a
Jump
bit
said
too
in all
much on this
caps,
server.
the hell?
This family is a fucking nightmare.
Real quick, I need to
That's giving the same vibes as this house is a fucking nightmare as you climb up on the fucking fridge.
I'm not mom.
Get up on the fridge. This house is a fucking nightmare.
Don't
Door.
talk
Oh,
to me
shit.
over you.
Don't talk to me, I'll murder you. All this pain in my
My heart.
Guys, it's been almost an hour, and we're still not there yet.
I'll kill my mom. Where's
Huh.
my mom?
The other way if they just show up
Is that
here.
you?
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna,
I didn't
I'm gonna
see
kill my
nothing.
mom.
I saw nothing.
If I
Wait,
should
we
make
could do a ritual. Let's do a ritual to the gods so that they can disappear.
Oh well, one of them's already here.
Oh,
It's okay, we can't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they can go. They can go in a corner somewhere, and we'll still do the ritual.
Okay.
They can just watch. All right, we're doing a ritual. You two go over here and pretend it's not, and pretend you don't see it. Okay? What about it? Round like a record, baby, right round, right round. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby. Oh my gosh, they're both here! Wow!
Guys, you realize we've made a grave mistake in not teleporting Elias, right?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Come here.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Shrink 8, please shrink 8, please shrink 8.
hold on,
Hey, baby girl.
hold on.
Where's Finn? Crane.
Wait, stay right here. Stay right here and pretend you see nothing. One more time! Take it from the top, guys!
One second. Wait, one second.
Oh wait, you can't eat that bread. Sorry.
Take it from the top, guys! Right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, around the world, 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 around the world. Around the world, around the world, around the Oh my goodness, he's here! Holy shit, it worked, guys!
Ray!
Hey, where are you going?
Do any of you
What?
by any chance? I need doors.
Scar, put it back. There's more in there.
Wait, someone else picked it up. I don't have it.
Who picked it up?
I have it.
Under chest.
Can you put it back down?
By any chance, do any of
Oh,
you
here, Finn.
want to make doors for
Okay,
the
that's
house?
all.
There's your
I
stuff.
don't have
I
any
made
wood.
it all nice. See, it has
Okay.
nice flooring.
Okay, can I
it's a
get it now?
checkered pattern.
We
Yeah,
good?
you can. Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely
Oh,
didn't
and
have
here's
diamond
snowballs,
boots
too.
originally, but I'm here, so you know how it is.
I still didn't pick it up. Who
I
picked
keep
it up?
picking it up.
It's okay. Are we ready to
Okay,
go
I got it. Yeah, do we have
Guys?
Elias?
Do you like?
Do we need him?
Yeah,
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No. It's okay. The back of the group cares about you.
I care about you, Elias.
Wait, everybody.
It's okay. Nobody needs her. It's all right.
Who's saying it?
Guys,
What's up?
aren't we supposed? Don't we need
What's up?
gold armor for this part?
No, we just
who
gotta
doesn't
run
have
fast.
it? Who doesn't have it? I have
I
boots.
don't. I don't want it. I'm
I
running
need the
fast.
boots.
Finn
I
needs
don't
it.
have the
Oh
boots.
wait. Okay, bad news. These are my boots.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Thanks,
Let's go!
Okay. No, don't mind anything because we don't know what's on the other side.
Anything,
That's
police.
how we lost 2 people.
What? What?
Whatsoever.
You're holding up traffic.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you are.
You're holding them.
Alright, what are you doing?
Get in the boat.
Listen,
Sorry.
you can
I'm
either
stuck
join
on
the
top of
train.
what
meant.
Yeah,
That is
no.
not what I meant.
You're holding everyone up, Arx.
That's what I said, so I jumped over.
Literally, this is as fast as I can go.
Too bad.
Just carefully jump over him.
And don't get stuck on top of the boat. Like
I did that, but I continued to jump.
Also, don't get shot at. There's skeletons apparently. I just heard them.
Yeah.
Unless someone else was shooting.
They're far enough away that you should be okay. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop. I love the absolute mayhem that we just caused.
Yeah, that was not what I expected.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted quartz. I wanted quartz for the bit, guys.
No, not that mayhem. The mayhem before that mayhem. The bit that never stopped. That's probably the best bit I think that's ever occurred.
I don't think I was there, sorry.
You were, yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I wasn't there for the bit, guys.
You got their
Watch
post
out,
bit.
Gast.
Oh shit.
Okay, I hit it back towards him, but I didn't.
Problem? Skeleton.
Alright, take care of the skeletons. I'm gonna try to get the cast. If it comes back down.
I do not have an arrow!
I got an arrow. Come back down.
You have an extra one?
Yeah, come here.
Oggy woggy. No, this
Don't
is
get
mine.
it. August, you dumb bitch.
No, here. I'm trying to make sure that we're still in a single file line. Because I don't want us to knock each other.
Okay, the gas seems to have gone away for now. I don't know if it died or not.
It went up.
Okay.
Oh, guys, we don't have to worry about the skeleton. He despawned.
Okay.
I don't know why I keep yelling
Try
to you
die
guys.
in the ocean.
Explodes. I can hear your spacebar.
Thank you.
You're welcome, King.
I love that we were supposed to start an hour 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, we started at like
Yeah.
9.
Uh-huh. Because I had to piss, guys. Sorry.
It's okay. I understand. I too enjoy pissing.
I have a tiny bladder. I have the bladder of a 4-year-old in a snowsuit. Sorry.
That's hot.
What?
Oh,
Are you attracted
Skelly boy.
to 4-year-olds?
Oh wait, no. Hold on.
Hey,
It's
yo.
hot. It's hot because you're wearing a snowsuit.
What'd you get?
You get it?
I have a shroom light now.
Ooh.
How?
The child had it.
It was holding it?
Yeah.
Must have been.
All right, watch out.
Your spacebar sounds like you're going.
The fuck you say about my spacebar?
Pork.
Whomst the fucketh?
Who? What?
I don't know. I thought I heard something.
You good?
I almost fell off. We don't talk about it.
Bruno?
We don't talk about
We don't talk about rats!
Oh god. How did I go from 5 levels to 20?
Why is this so fucking far?
Let's wait here because I think we might be I don't think this is it. I think I'm
No,
lacking
look,
words.
The bed, furnace, crafting,
This is a rest station. Let's rest
Yeah.
at the rest station.
It's literally on the sign. I think we're resting here. I think we're saving our spawn point at the next rest station is I think what I heard. But I don't know for sure. Is that what they said? I don't remember.
That's what they said we should do, but that's optional.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Might as well wait just in case that's what they wanted us to do.
I will be saving my spawn point because I got to the end of the goddamn rail system.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got like a bit further and there were 2 hoglins on the goddamn trail and I was like, oh, can I run past them? Answer was, no I couldn't.
Oh damn. Copy.
Wait, what is that? Oh, nice.
Okay. Oh, here it
There's
is.
a wandering trader right here. Do you guys want anything?
What does he sell?
He's the only man I can trade with.
Oh look, he's got small drip leaf, guys.
Oh my gosh, that thing I can get anywhere.
No, you can only get it with you can only get it with silk touch.
Oh, the small ones.
Ooh,
Yes.
leads.
Yeah.
I have those.
Correct.
Oh, true, true. Well, I don't need them, though.
Nobody talk to me. There's salmon.
Oh, there is a beehive. Oh, but it's kind of far, and I doubt Queen has the stuff to pick it up. Never mind then. You look so majestic.
Wait, you mean the beehive?
Yeah. Queen's been wanting more.
She said definitely has silk touch on them, I'm pretty sure.
I
On
would
what?
have a silk touch
On their
pickaxe.
pick.
Oh.
So if you pick up the beehive, you can silk touch it.
Guys, can you tell salmon's my favorite food source?
No.
You know, I never would have guessed.
I love salmon.
Oh, I don't know if it has bees. I'd assume it does.
There's a bee right there.
Oh, is there?
Until night to make sure that it goes in.
The main reason that I really like salmon. This is canon now because I've
See what I
decided that
say,
my
Scar
favorite food is.
Did you guys set your spawn?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll wait here for the others.
The reason I like salmon is because only salmon spawn in cold ocean.
Hey!
Hey, yo. Get this.
Yo.
Hey!
Okay, let me set my spawn. Cap, I have to speak to you privately.
Oh, okay. Am I in trouble?
Okay.
Stop it!
Pride died in lava, and I have like 4 stacks of gravel, and I tried to drop it down there, but after a full stack, it was still lava, so there's no way to save them. So we either let them die, or when they relog, Queen has asked you to teleport them. But I'm willing to facilitate a ritual and pay you, or I mean, not you, but make a sacrifice to the gods worth 10 netherite ingots for Pride's life.
I can do that. I can do that.
That's my pitch. Okay.
All right. All right.
We never had this conversation.
Okay.
Even though they can probably hear us because we're like 10 blocks away.
Okay.
Friends, children, Romans, countrymen, we need to do a small sacrifice ritual.
Yep.
God damn.
Agree. I don't know what we're doing.
If the gods hear our prayer when Pride relogs, they'll be with us.
Guys, in our hearts.
Mm-hmm. In our hearts.
For salmon, though.
Here, can you eat steak?
No, but I crave for but I crave for salmon specifically.
Okay, it's on me and you, Levi.
I thought we were about to do a ritual. They just died.
Uh-oh. Okay, well...
we were just about to stop that.
I revoke my offer.
Okay.
Damn.
I mean, I keep it if they can come to us, but we're gonna have to get them again from... What do I have in these extra chests? 1 iron ingot, 7 gold nuggets, 8 copper ingots, 2 leads. Maybe we should just put them on a leash. They have, like, plot armor, you know, because they're a pet.
Yeah.
What do we do? Okay, as the 3 front runners, I'll make myself neutral. A show of hands. Punch the air if we persist. And then squat if we just, like, do we wait for Pride? Do we try and get Pride here? Do we do a ritual to get them here?
Ritual. I'm dead.
Captain, chat says that I offer you 6 blowjobs, but... I can give you 6 platonic, metaphorical blowjobs, but...
I don't think that's enough.
How many does it take?
Damn, I'm getting so much XP. How am I getting more and more XP?
Hey, August.
What?
August. Want my enchanted golden apple because I can't eat it?
Oh, sure. Oh, thank
yes.
you.
Sorry, Crane.
Thank you.
My bad.
Does that
I
help
thought-
with? Does that help?
No, I've offered rewards in private. Okay.
Just
I'm
to
gonna
just
ritually
to
sacrifice this guy.
just to bring them here. Oh Jesus! Just
Ritual
to,
alive.
just to bring them here.
Queen and Arctic broke mine and
Okay, listen. My boat is the reason we're
Okay,
still
okay, it is
alive.
loud. I'm gonna come over here. She's come.
Okay.
Just to bring them here.
Yeah.
So should we set our spawn here on the boat?
I mean, they won't have anything to help us, but I feel like the rest of us are kitted out enough.
That we could keep them safe.
Yeah, at least safe enough.
Elias, you have 3 minutes to go get a set of iron armor.
Yeah. I mean, even if they have like a pumpkin, that'd be probably good enough.
Don't we
We'll give
not
them
have
someone's
a bed?
pumpkins.
Okay.
Wait, guys, don't we not have a bed to set our spawn at the end?
There's one more stopover point, and we'll take the bed from that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like
But
even if they don't have that great armor, as long as they have a pumpkin.
Does anybody
So I'll
have
do
any
it.
torches? Like,
yeah, here, Elias, come here.
Alright.
Here, I'll do my part.
This has to be the fastest mine you've ever mined. Okay? I'm gonna set a timer, actually, and see how long it takes him to come back with a full set of armor.
Alright, so I'm gonna bring him here.
Okay, everyone start chanting. Ritual circle.
Wait. Around the world, 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 around the world.
I only have seagrass. Can I have a whatchamacallit chest? Ender chest? I have my nether armor, not nether. My, what?
Where?
What?
Where?
I'm doing my
Does
part.
anyone have a chest?
There's a couple chests over here.
Yeah, there's chests right behind you. There's a chest right behind you.
Elias, if you can hear me, it's been 1 full minute. 1 minute on the clock.
No, like,
God, what a fucking
what's the
slacker.
What?
I'm playing, sorry.
An ender chest.
They have stuff in their ender chest. And you
Oh, Scar, don't forget about the beehive.
Oh, where am I beehiving?
To the right.
Beehive. Follow.
You can't make me beehive.
This way, this way, this way. They are, but it's turning nighttime.
Wait, what are you doing with the beehive?
I'm silk touching the beehive.
So I can take it home and put it in my shit.
One of them has to go in at some point. There we go. One is in. I'll wait for another one, Queen, so you can breed them. Come on, one more bees.
a bee at some point?
No. You said I was a bad mom, so you get nothing.
I should.
Ah!
Did you get stung?
Oh, there we go. There's 2 in there.
Thank you.
Here, Queen. I'm sorry to the 1 bee remaining. You are without a home, my friend.
Wait, do you own the planes?
Listen, I know I'm cheating technically, but we're doing this for a good cause.
has fortune.
Yeah, I mean,
That
so do
means
I,
nothing, that's
but I
still so
still
much.
wouldn't do it that fast.
Context, he's got experience
Scarlet.
as
Pride,
being a miner.
Pride, are
I
they
have a gift
smelting
for
the
you.
iron for you?
Yeah, the
I
iron's
don't know.
Yeah.
I threw a bit more in there.
Pride, stop moving. I
Being
gotta
a
just-
mother?
take a
I threw a little more in
I
there.
have spoken.
No, hold on.
I have held conference with Steven from beyond the server, and he has blessed us with good luck on our
Can I
journey.
actually get an ender chest out here? I have stuff in it.
Oh, by the way, Arctic, I had to kill a lot of chickens earlier.
Hello?
Chat says you're canceled, Arctic. They don't give a fuck about your proclamation.
Listen.
I'm sorry, I had to. I had to kill a lot of chickens earlier.
As long as you don't become his enemy.
Oh yeah, Cat, where are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's Pride.
Right behind you.
Pride.
I was
Who wants the ender
sacrificed.
chest?
It was sacrifices in the name of Steven, I promise.
In the name
Liar!
of gods.
If I die with
I
this,
feel like
might cry.
I saw Lizzie Proctor speaking
This is
with
the only
devil.
thing I have to my name.
Guys, my bedtime's in like an hour.
It's a flower.
It's no, we're gonna make it. Can I break the ender chest now? Pride?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone back away. Cause I keep not picking it up.
Pride, back away.
Pride, no! Give it back!
I don't have it actually.
Oh, I have it. Okay, we're good.
Here, I
Okay,
have
are we
seagrass.
ready
You
to
want
go?
that?
We have 2 more stops on the way back. We
Iron's
gotta
still
go.
smelting.
Oh,
Scar,
okay.
do you want seagrass?
No,
Jesus.
I'm okay. Thank you though.
All right, I guess I'm gonna get.
Okay. Yeah, Arctic probably should go.
Yeah, he's gonna get a head start. I think that's what.
Where's everybody else?
We're waiting on Elias.
Where'd he go?
Oh, they're over here. Hello.
Where?
Can you sneeze? Hold on.
Pride.
We were
Pride.
having relations on the beach.
Pride.
No.
Whoa, whoa.
Pride.
Do not.
Hello.
Pride.
Not claim things about us.
Who's saying my name?
Me.
Hello.
I'm the same height as you.
Me.
Oh my
Excuse me.
fucking
He
god!
has diamonds.
August, please.
August.
Please.
I'm doing things. Fuck off.
August,
when I'm
please
tall.
trinkate again. I'll
Fuck
cry.
off.
Ah!
Hey. I have an ego
Oh,
now.
hey, August.
What?
¿Dónde está?
Thank you.
Where you at? I want to look at the person I'm talking to.
If I lose
you
my
wanna
count,
just
I'm
take
gonna
a
Okay.
call.
look?
We need more wood.
Can I make a
There's
suggestion?
coal in the other
Potentially.
furnaces.
I'm
So,
doing something else. We need more wood.
when-
What do we need
where
the
are you
gold for?
Who needs the weapon?
Why do we need wood?
Nether.
Pride.
Hang on, but who needs the
Actually,
weapon?
Pride
I
needs it.
single weapon.
Pride needs them.
For what?
Hello.
Can somebody give me sticks, please?
I don't.
We have no
but
wood.
I found a tree.
Okay, I have an
I
axe.
found a tree, but I don't have an axe. Does anyone?
Here's the rest of the
I
irons.
have an axe.
Wait, Elias.
Wait, what biome are we even in?
Here's the rest of the iron.
Where?
This is my
I
biome,
don't
you
need them.
fuckers!
Plains biome.
I know, but you're the one putting the shit together for
Oh,
Pride.
okay.
Captain.
What?
Captain, is there a shortcut to mute the voice audio for a second? What?
Not all of it.
Okay.
It's just like I know that it's just like V and then a quick little click.
Yeah, the
gods
button
gave me
press.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just checking. I stand
Oh.
I
here.
can't believe y'all have been fucking around
You
in my
didn't like
biome
it.
without my permission. How rude. Also, I have a voice.
Where is Pride?
I guess you're the one that wanted wood, right?
Elias needs it. For Pride stuff.
Wait, what does Pride need?
A weapon,
Yeah, weapons.
Oh.
probably. No problem. Anyways. Yeah, weapon. I'm good with bows, but I don't know if that's
Okay, I'm
doable.
back. I have my bow. I have extra arrows. Pride or Finn. I have someone's arrows.
I don't have any bows.
Can someone make
But I
another
think
chest?
everyone has infinite.
Yeah, let me make it.
My mic is picking. I think it is.
No, it must be hooking up
The only
Skyrim
thing I
because
love-
my
Oh.
share button isn't.
Okay.
All the iron stuff.
There you go.
I have 35
Jeez
baked
Louise.
potatoes.
Would
I have
anyone like
34
some mini
baked
M&Ms?
potatoes.
I would. I want mini
Who's got
quiches.
the,
Actually, you guys
the
talk to
sticks?
chat. I'm gonna get mini quiches.
There's wood in the bottom chest.
Handful of mini M&Ms.
I think Scarlet should be canceled instead of me. Just throw that out there.
My brother gave them to me because I'm having a bad time.
Had a bad day. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Sorry guys, I had to go retrieve 8 because he wandered off again.
Where's Prime?
Don't look at the sky like that. You know what you did.
I did nothing.
Go away.
I was playing.
Go away.
Hey, that
Right.
hurts. I'm not wearing clothes.
What?
Why are you not wearing clothes? Yeah, put clothes back on. Put your pants
Right.
back on.
I don't
Hello.
wanna. I don't wanna
Yes.
be confined to armor.
I'm dancing for chat.
I'll give you
Okay,
a
pride.
torch. Oh, okay. Well, you did.
Pride.
Here, I'll give you a
Pride.
torch anyway.
Pride.
Yes. Wait. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I
I'm
have
dancing
quiche.
for chat.
Ooh, quiche.
Did they like it?
Pride, do you need
I don't know,
anything
but
else?
Chad, did you like my dance?
Do you have food?
Well, I mean, I have a sword.
Do you have food?
Dance. Mushroom dance.
Pride, do you have food?
It means
I
means
do.
you
I have
lived a life of
34
sin.
baked potatoes.
Okay. Do you have a bucket of water?
No, but I bounced.
Okay. Oh, true, true. Alright.
I
Pride.
found apple chips.
Eat them.
Pride, behind you.
What is
Oh,
the
no,
mushroom
no, no,
reference from Queen and Arctic that you just said?
Thank you.
I don't know.
What mushroom?
Undertale.
Okay. It means you've lived in a life of sin. It became popular with Undertale, but I think it was actually like way back from like fucking what was it before YouTube?
Earthbound.
Where's
Everyone set your respawn right
Pride?
here.
Yes?
Pride? Yeah, they can
Oh,
have mine.
oh, Scarlet, I grabbed
okay.
a bed
I set
from
my
the
spawn.
village that 8
Oh.
wandered off to. So we're good
Perfect.
now.
Awesome.
Okay, good.
You good, Pride?
Are we ready?
Got everything?
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Thanks, Boo.
Ready to go.
Let's go. Let's get this over.
Ah.
with.
Oh, 3 people in the portal at a time.
Field trip!
3 people at a time.
I don't think I know how portals work.
I don't think so either.
I like exploring personally. It was a lot of fun.
that's how you get lost, 8.
I wasn't lost. I knew exactly where I was.
I saw.
If you say so.
I could never
What
get
direction is it?
East. Actually, you know what? That's true. I believe it.
Guys,
Wait,
guys,
what?
guys,
I love the east.
I think
No.
it's east.
guys.
Wait, I have a thing. Hang on.
Guys, where-
Hang on.
Okay, August, when
It's
we got
definitely
here,
this
the
way.
sign was on this side, and
Yeah.
we were coming from that way.
Yeah, so it's this way. It's this way.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
going
you
on
guys
a
got
trip
it.
in
I
our
put my
favorite
things on.
rocket ship.
Zooming through the sky. Little Einsteins.
God damn it, I've already slowed down.
Get ready to explore. There's so much to find. Little Einsteins.
Oh, go
I'm
now.
herded. I'm
Little
herded.
Einsteins. Someone's being chased. Little
I'm herded.
Einsteins.
By what?
Oh, you know what? I don't have gold armor, so I might die. But it's
Careful, there's a guy in the path.
kill him. I have a diamond sword.
Just kill him. Murder.
Gas!
That's the gas. Please don't shoot me. 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 Ah!
You good?
Yeah, skeleton just shot right past my face.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I have 5 hearts. I don't have 5 hearts. I have 2 less hearts.
Ow! This is as fast as I can go.
You're actually going pretty fast.
I'm so slow. Okay. Make sure I give myself a concussion, and I'll be okay.
Meow!
Fuck you!
It's okay, I'll slow down. Just for you. Here, pass me, pass me.
What?
Levi made a dad joke.
Wait, me?
Oh, it wasn't you. It was
What'd Pride
Was that
say?
Elias?
What'd Pride say?
Pride made a dad joke. I said, guys, I'm really cool. And then Pride said, hi, really cool. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
I wish I said that one.
That sounds like something you'd say. Oh, go, go, go!
I'm standing it
Oh!
as fast as I can! Oh, this is as fast as I can go.
Levi, don't do it. Let him take it. Let him take it.
I'm going as fast as possible!
Go, Arctic, go! Go, go, go!
I know you guys are just walking.
I'm not actually.
I'm sprinting.
I'm run jumping, even though I probably shouldn't.
Oh! Fuck! Got him!
Lava, Arctic, lava.
Careful.
There's lava spillages up ahead.
I'm totally doing this because I'm being safe, not because this is as fast as I can.
I know I'm typing. I'm not moving.
Okay. I waited behind you so you didn't fall off.
Yeah, I didn't want anyone else to run into it.
Thankfully, I'm here to put snow down, so things shouldn't spawn here anymore.
That's actually a really good point.
You're so right for that.
King behavior.
This is as fast as I can go. I can't sprint anymore.
I was gonna say, did you run out?
Yeah.
It would be fun.
Yeah, have you considered though?
We've backed up, it seems.
What's going
Whenever we get close to
Arctic, yeah, Arctic had to eat.
You guys are just making fun of me now.
Just a little bit.
So easy. No, 8!
8, no! What happened? Oh. Oh!
Oh no! Oh my god!
Holy fuck!
Queen's choking to death.
Sorry, I'm sick and I started laughing.
I could tell.
I can
someone
absolutely
grab-
imagine Levi just fucking crying while trying to text that.
So some of his stuff fell down there, and it's not burned, but I can't get down.
Guys, move to the side, move to the side, move to the side.
Okay, who has shit aim? I'm sorry, but
Oh,
Okay.
Elias is down there.
You guys know how to
Elias.
aim a bow?
No,
I was shooting what was on the path.
doing that.
I was shooting what was on the
Get
path.
Arctic's potion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Elias.
What do we do now?
Oh, the path is broken.
Another ritual maybe?
I have.
Hold on.
Wait, no,
TP
they
at A?
spawn. Wait, no, they put their spawn point not that far away.
Yeah, they could get here.
Ow! Blazes! God damn it!
So that's what happened. Fuck. Go, 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 go!
Going.
Guys, this is a mess.
Okay, I'm gonna carefully, guys, back up, back up, back up, up, just in case there's lava, just in case.
I'm sorry. My music was perfectly timed because I'm actively listening to a song called Backup 2021.
Okay, just small, but alright.
Oh, controversial take. Lovejoy's latest song is trash.
Okay, I have some of someone's stuff.
Probably Arctic's or.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know whose is whose.
Who died?
8 and
Arctic. They're both omnivores.
Arctic.
But Arctic's sensitive.
Someone had pumpkin pie.
That was Arctic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 8 did not have pumpkin pie.
No, 8 logged out.
Yeah.
8 didn't die. 8 logged out.
Yeah, no. Arctic died. And then did someone else? Apple died. Not Apple.
Apple has
Pride.
Pride has a tendency to die.
Yeah. Pride didn't have a ton. Oh, the protection is okay. The chest plate's Arctic's because it's got protection on it.
Yeah.
I have
There's a hoglin.
I literally have all of their potions. And their pumpkin. And some of their tools.
Literally.
There's probably about 3 groups right now. Good job, Pride. I feel sure.
Oh, I hit that skeleton. Goddamn.
Eight fell in lava, apparently. So none of their stuff's there. Oh, that's why they logged.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Where did 8 fall in lava?
I feel a little bit guilty about not working more on the highway. But
Alright, I'm gonna run to the... Do we want to run to the other side to talk to the others?
Sure, we can risk it.
Alright. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I just witnessed a...
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Quick.
Hey, balls, man.
Hey, guys.
Hi. Elias had to go back to kill mobs for them.
Yeah.
So eight fell in lava. That's why they logged. Yeah. And I've got some of Arctic's stuff.
Okay, quick question. What the fuck does DC mean?
Disconnected. Do you want to place the chest so I can chuck the stuff in it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because I have some of their stuff.
Why are there dead blazes? On my map, there are blaze rods and experience orbs.
'Cause there are blazes spawning to the side of us.
Yeah, and I think Elias killed some.
This is theirs. This is theirs.
Yeah, I don't have anything from anything.
This.
I just have my stuff.
Actually, wait. Let me switch that. There we go.
Stop that.
Okay. Need to be TP when it's safe. Okay, so I need to TP 8 when it's safe.
Why are we all wearing our pumpkin heads already?
Cap, since you're doing it for 8, do you want to just do it like a TPA here type situation?
We'll suffocate.
Yeah,
Oh,
we will
right.
suffocate.
Fair enough.
We'll suffocate.
Oh.
Did you change your skin, by the way?
Me?
No, it's just your sleeves look like they're gloves instead of sleeves because I can't see your chest.
Got him.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I stole a couple corn flowers
Hold on.
from my planes.
I'm gonna be honest, I might not be able
it's
to join
fine,
for the actual dragon
because the
fight.
first day I logged on, 8
I know, it's like getting to be bedtime and we're not even halfway. That was
We're
only
not
equipment.
even halfway?
No, dude, there's 2 more stops, I think.
Holy shit.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's okay. Whoever can still be on by the time we get there, it's fine.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I can keep going, it's not a big deal.
Same.
I don't have a bedtime tonight.
I cannot. I need to sleep because holy shit.
We'll come
I
back
have,
to you
I have
tomorrow,
exams next week, so my entire body is
Right,
crying.
Get some rest.
You're
Don't
welcome.
fail your exams.
I won't.
Hey, did you
Apple.
So weird that
They're on their
did you DC right when you fell in?
Who has pride stuff?
Pride fell in lava.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, what? I thought you fell in lava.
Yes,
No,
you
I
did.
fell
It
from a
says
high
Apple
place.
Pride's tried to swim in lava.
Because I was on a magma block.
Hello.
Okay.
Why did I hear myself fight?
So we have time. So
Weird. I was like 90% sure I fell from a high place.
I'm going to
It's fine.
Infinity.
It's fine, I still have armor.
here. I'm gonna
I just need a helmet.
No.
Did you have iron tools?
as soon as I see you log back in, I'm gonna plug it, okay?
I had 2 pickaxes.
As soon as I see you log back in, I'm gonna plug it.
Pickaxes and an axe.
I think.
And then I
So log back in whenever you're ready.
Some of your stuff as well.
Here's this.
So many members of SMP got emo hair.
I had
Oh, and here's your pumpkin.
I had
Alright, guys.
I had potions of regen.
Oh, I have a potion of regen.
I have swiftness and slow falling.
Let's go! Let's go!
Hey.
Let's go!
Who's on fire?
On the grind! On the grind! Yeah!
It was in lava.
You good?
Okay.
Damn it, Nate.
You know what's critical? Critical? Yeah, imagine
Yeah.
the, like,
I was muted because I was so focused. I was like talking to you and I was like staring, making sure I got it.
my brain felt like it was like, you know when you at a sponge?
Yeah.
My brain.
Mine too. I'm so glad I got you. Okay.
Yeah, same.
I can make you some. There's another spell.
There's another Blaze. He's angry.
Wait, Arctic, I got some of your stuff. Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
You know, I think the nether roof at this point.
Alright. Did you have a power 2 in Finbow?
Yes.
Okay.
Power 1. I need an arrow.
I'm so
Yeah.
bad at bows.
I had 2 golden apples and a god apple.
Hey, I got one,
And
guys.
then
I did not pick up a god apple.
I had.
And I didn't pick any of that.
I've got apples. Who needs that?
I don't need.
I
Oh.
had one. I had one.
Okay.
I don't.
Can we run it and then
This is all.
the next stopover point?
None of this. None of this.
Can I have more food?
Who needs more?
Pumpkin pie. Fucking get out of here.
Wait, where did Scar go?
Okay.
I'm right here.
I don't wanna.
Meow.
This stuff. Is it?
Is this throwaway?
Bliss. Fuck. I need an arrow. I need an arrow. I need an arrow. Fuck.
One more person dies. Elias, can I have that?
Do either of you happen to have an arrow?
What is happening? Is someone soundboarding?
Thank you. No, it's one of the eerie noises that they do. There's a blaze on the left. And a ghast. Ah! I'm good.
Oh no.
I'm okay.
Keep going!
Captain,
did you die?
I'm okay.
Levi is. Oh, are they AFK? Levi?
You didn't see that.
I didn't see that.
I have the blocks, but I was just lazy.
Wait, is Levi?
That-
Levi is AFK right here?
I was just pure lazy. Must be.
In a cocoon?
Must be.
Okay. Alright, well.
As long as they're safe, I mean. Jesus, I keep getting this fucking pickaxe. Whee! Hi, Arctic.
Hello.
Okay, Captain, keep running no matter what happens.
Okay.
Over this whole stretch. It's really best to just keep going. Also, there's a fucking gas right there.
Is blue cap on? What the fuck is a blue cap?
Does that mean that he's not, that he's AFK or something?
I have no idea.
Is that like, I'm taking a rest in my mox cocoon? And healing? That's what it looked like.
Bet.
4 out of 10.
Yeah, that's fair. Need some gas in it, you know? Who is that? I see some diamond. Some diamond butts.
That means there should be ancient debris in there, right?
I see some diamond booty.
Debris in there, right?
Hi.
Soup. I love
Oh, I accidentally ran out of hungies.
Oh.
Wait, which one? Soup? Sorry.
I have food. It's
Wait,
fine.
hold on. Can I turn on? I should probably get in here for this. I want to see if I can turn on bubbles. There's an option for that.
Bubbles.
In the
Captain, I'm
voice
literally
mod.
using one hand to drink wine and run the path. This is so stupid.
They're such crybabies.
They really are. The first time I ever heard them to Elias, I was like, "Oh, they sound so cute."
now you're like, stop fucking crying.
Shut the fuck up. Oh yeah. Okay. This says lots of gas. Run until you're across. Everyone.
All right.
Run, Finn.
Ah!
I'm gonna jewel and run just to up the
I
difficulty level.
What a beast.
I howled.
Finn, I don't think you're taking this as seriously as you should be.
I howled.
Well, you're not running and jumping.
There's a hole in the path. There's a hole in the path.
Okay.
It's a gas. I have extra blocks. Do you have blocks, you guys?
I'm literally underneath and you blocked it up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah, this is where I died one time.
Oh shit.
That's why there's a sign there.
In loving memory.
I died and I didn't have fire prot, but Elias dove down, graveled himself up, and got my stuff.
Oh shit.
Like an absolute Chad. Oh, guys, we're getting close. If we turn to the right, we're like 1,000 blocks away now.
Oh shit.
What the fuck?
1,000 block mark.
Hell yeah. We've traveled, I think, like 5,000 or 6,000 so far.
Holy hell.
Yeah, I could have made it diagonal, but
I feel like that's more dangerous.
yeah.
Than just
then
going
you're not,
straight.
like, yeah. Although bridging diagonal is much faster, but
Yeah.
to widen a diagonal bridge is sus.
Yeah, that's rough as fuck.
Hey, Shouty.
Hey.
Go shorty. It's your birthday. You gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip a cardi like it's your birthday. Hey, you know we don't give a fuck cause that's your birthday.
I can't say that, guys. I'm a minor.
Watch me.
You find me in the club, bottle full of bud.
You can hum. Humming's okay, I think.
I'm in there having sex. I ain't
Oh,
in taking
jeez.
drugs, so come in.
Keep singing, Cat. From start to finish, please.
Well, truthfully, I don't remember all the lyrics. Even though I do really like that song. That's a good song.
Are you guys talking about Who or the Who, like the band
No,
Who?
What?
No,
The person in reference.
I'm actually.
What are they talking about up there?
Who? I'm actually talking about WHO as in World Health Organization. Sorry about it.
Oh, okay.
Oh. I would have thought they were talking about who is in the word.
I thought they were saying like, you know, the Who.
Oh.
The band. They played at the Super Bowl while you guys were alive, but I don't think that they started as a band while any of you were alive.
Next checkpoint?
Yeah.
Yeah!
This should be the last one.
Really?
Yeah, before the end of it.
Woo!
100 more blocks.
How was that one?
Yeah, this is a shitty one. 5.
Oh, that's better.
21 diamonds in this goddamn chest.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah.
You know, I knew you guys were rich, but sometimes I forget how rich.
This was me. I got those diamonds.
Oh wait, we can armor up apple.
True.
Hello. This is all I have.
Arctic
Pride.
too.
And food.
Arctic.
Oh wait.
You misspelled Arctic,
Pride.
like the ocean.
Arctic, yeah.
The sea.
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough honey. I'm at 9 bottles.
Wait, I have someone's
There's a
bow.
forest
Who's
over
missing
here.
a bow? Is anyone missing a bow?
I
I mean, I am.
I-
No, but I would like one.
Wait, 8, are you missing one too?
My really nice bow. Burnt.
I'm gonna be over here trying to see if I can find any beehives.
Okay, I have 1 reg bow. Pride, I'm giving you the reg bow.
Guys.
8, you
Arctic.
get the infinibow. I'm sorry, Pride. Also, Pride, wait, let me give you 64 arrows. 8, do you have an arrow?
Actually, can you open up an ender chest so I don't lose all this shit?
Thank you.
I don't
Yes.
trust myself not to die again.
Yeah. Put whatever you want in that you seize.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know.
I'll
leave
place it at the thing also. I mean, as long as I don't die and it doesn't decompose, but you know.
War pigs!
Those bets you have to make. Wait, war pigs?
War pigs!
Loot a check. Elias is literally right now. He was like, fuck y'all.
He really said, I'm just gonna make a couple pit stops.
He probably could have like went without us, looted every nether fortress and bastion, and still beat us.
Literally. What the fuck?
Yeah. But he cared. Apparently Scoop fell asleep with my Twitch stream open. I just got him in the chat being like, I don't know what the fuck I fell asleep.
Alright, where's
Maybe he should be asleep already.
Levi on the path? Let me see.
Guys, oh my god, salmon.
Oh my god.
I made Jesus.
I'm right here.
What the fuck is Levi doing?
Yeah.
I made Jesus. Sorry.
How dare you?
Oh.
More paganistic.
Okay, Snow White.
Fine, okay, I need my...
gonna find some birds on your shoulders. Some fucking squirrels coming up to you.
I got you.
There,
I made it better.
Captain, I'm telling chat how everyone had like little threads with their lore, and mine just says Balk Witch. That's the whole
No.
thread.
Scar, you have to add one more thing.
Alright, guys.
Stepmother.
Ritual for Arctic.
Okay. Oh, stepmother. Proud stepmother. As this ritual for Arctic, I'm gonna jump off
I made
this
an
tower.
upside down cross.
Be careful.
Or ritual.
I should be able to make it.
I don't see why not.
This is called Satan.
If you die, at least you'll just
Actually,
True.
it's not Satan. Fun fact.
Alright.
It's I think it's Saint Peter because he.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
The same way as Jesus.
Ooh, got chaka.
That's kind of based
got
though.
chaka.
Imagine telling people their
Am I the only
business
one doing this ritual right now?
Yeah, come on, guys, get into it.
Ooh, got chaka. Ooh, got chaka. I
Sorry,
feel
I'm
silly.
eating chocolate, so my
Captain,
throat's
I like
closing.
doing this.
I mean, come on, I did it solo once. You can do it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You
I did that exact song once.
Should I do it the what you did, which was dive to the bottom of the ocean and bring up a kelp? Okay, I'll do that.
Augie Woggy.
Okay, it's not very deep down here.
8 fell off the path.
I'll swim this way.
Okay.
Arctic
I
does
don't
need
know.
protection. Arctic needs any sort of armor tie.
Oh wait, 8's fine. Never mind.
I was gonna say, like, I don't see a death message.
I read something from earlier. I'm blind.
You do a random one? Cool, that's kind of cool.
Levi's doing your ritual, Scarlet. He's just jumping off the scaffolding over and over.
I'll do it.
I bring
Actually,
the
no.
gods these 3
Actually, yeah,
kelps.
I can. I don't take fall damage.
Thank you. This will suffice.
Everyone
I
has
also
to
bring
follow
the
through
gods this
ritual.
1 gunpowder. Oh! The gods answered my
Oh
prayer.
shit! Oh shit!
Wait, did you just make a jukebox?
Oh shit!
Where's the rich?
Just a little party right before we go and fucking kill the Ender Dragon.
Before we die.
Hey guys. Hey August. August, look behind you.
Nice. Thank you for the penis.
I'm gonna fall again.
Jesus!
Swimming pool!
Thank you for.
No, it's not. It's not Jesus. It's upside down.
Oh. You're still up here. Have you not fallen yet?
I think this is my favorite.
Do you want a soul speed 1?
I'm good. I'm only wearing my shit boots.
You're lucky I'm here.
Does anybody want it?
Thank you.
Why is the music so fucking
Huh? Oh, thank you.
Turn it down.
This
give
is
that back to me right now.
no.
Who made an upside down Blackstone cross? Was this for our ritual?
It was for the ritual.
One day, someone who wasn't here this night.
It's mine now. Ah!
I want to sit on the cross. Hold on.
Scarlet, can you put the...
No, I hear you. No. No, no, you are not the shark from Jaws.
Arctic, I found a gapple.
I've stolen pig step.
That's a normal apple.
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
I need
yeah.
to. Can someone put the scaffolding
No,
down?
the
I
god
wanna get
apple
up
is the
there.
one that gives you like fire resistance, protection.
Oh, shit,
like
okay.
all the things. This is just a regular golden apple.
I miss the days when you could craft god apples.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Wait, what
There's
do
some
you...
mod packs that let you craft.
I'm on the cross now.
Did you get my stuff
Craft
before you came
apples?
back, or
Craft god apples.
is it still over there?
Most of it fell into the ravine.
Oh, okay.
I'm your god.
Can I break the e-chest?
Yep.
Yeah.
I need
Wait, the
food.
gods rejected my gunpowder.
I
Wait,
need
does anybody
Here.
have any food?
Sorry, I had to save space.
Elias.
You have a nice cock.
Elias.
What?
Come here.
I love the cock praise. It's very nice.
I need food.
Can you eat those steaks?
Yeah. Thank you.
All around the wilderness. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I ponder weak and weary, over many quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded nearly napping, suddenly
Ow.
there
Here you
came
go,
a
Anthony.
someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
You
Tis
need
the
a-
visitor, I muttered,
an
tapping at my
actor.
chamber door. Only this and nothing
Why are we
more.
reading
As distinct I
fanfiction?
remember, as it was the black
I don't know. Are we ready to
and the
leave?
separate.
Yeah.
Are we?
Ah.
Okay.
I'm trying to do a
Do
ritual.
we need to bring the bed?
Do I have to get rid of the
No,
cross
we have a
now?
bed.
We have a bed.
I have a
Thank
bed.
you.
Can I keep
Oh,
the
wait, you
cross
can have this
here or no?
potion. Potion of swiftness.
Thank you
Maybe
for
I'll
the involuntary
help with your
pig step.
speed.
Ba,
you.
ba, ba.
Let's just leave her.
Yeah.
Wait for me.
I'll see it.
Let's go!
Also, I told Eight
In
a
the
genius
crane.
idea.
Having intercourse?
No.
Oh, you push me.
Oh, I was like, hey, Eight, you should totally make the color of your eyes the same as the particles. And Eight just stood there and was like,
It is a nice color. It actually look a little bit like.
it look thematic.
The thing is,
I
though,
love
the
me
particles
some
change color
themes.
with caps, so it
Yeah.
would be multiple skins.
I also like pretty much only use the blue cap though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
The particles are a little bit too bright of a blue. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's my problem. I'm scared it'll look creepy.
Yeah, it'd be like an angelic blue. It'd be kind of spooky.
I mean, I am angelic. Canonically. But like,
No, you're a bird, bitch.
yeah, who has been renowned as angelic? Bitch.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Shut your bitch ass
A
up.
bird fungus? That's weird.
No.
Just them as a bird.
I am not coming out as anything.
It's so hilarious because the only person I could hear was Eight.
I want the
Blocks.
I accidentally muted myself.
It's okay, I was just talking to chat while Levi was right next to me the entire time unmuted, like a dumbass.
No, I accidentally muted myself and I didn't mean to.
Get him, Levi.
Before John, we are 500 blocks away now. We're so close. Ways to give yourself anxiety.
I don't need to give myself anxiety. I have constant anxiety. I probably need to up my medication.
Guys, I've made the realization that when
I can't hear them anymore. We haven't done bad on food.
It's time, every pony.
I fucking hate you. Are they in there already? Levi, you're muted.
Levi
Portal,
can't hear us.
portal. Okay, I'm gonna put the ender chest. Should I put it here? Or should I put it on the end?
Just put it here.
Yeah, put it here.
Pony. Okay, ender chest here.
When you're muted, you can still hear them.
No. They're like muted, which means they can't hear anything.
Oh, they're deafened. Okay.
August, they can't hear us.
Somebody
they
put
have
a
their
bed down.
AirPods in. Oh, I have the bed.
Crane
Oh, I
has the
figured
bed,
it out.
Yeah, put the
I
bed.
figured it
What's
out.
up,
I'm
bitches?
sorry. I must have pressed the...
Welcome to the portal
something.
room, every pony.
I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah, nobody go in yet.
We're My Little Pony.
I'm gonna put it
Yeah,
in
we're
chat
every
so
pony.
everybody
We're
knows.
every
Yeah, My Little
pony.
Pony is in
Are we
canon.
going in?
Not yet.
We said that while we were first
Augie
trying to
Woggy.
hunt down the portal. My Little
Yeah.
Pony and Sonic.
People
and
who have your
friends
helmets
and
on,
doing
don't
nothing.
forget to
What?
put on your pumpkins.
I don't have a pumpkin.
I think it's time my journey ends here.
That sounds
Okay.
really sad.
I'm tired.
Everyone start playing your sad music. Or battle music. I need to open
Augie
Spotify. Hold on.
Woggy, my time ends
That's
here.
my
Battle. I need to find
Come
it.
on, join us for the fight.
I'm tired.
Join us for the fight. We finally got here.
Okay.
It's time for the fight.
We
finally
made it, lads.
And I'm exhausted.
Yeah, and let's do it.
Actually,
Let's
and
do
I
it.
Elias, do you still
Let's
accept-
go.
Guys,
Let's go.
No, not yet.
At least jump in the portal.
Yeah.
At least jump in the portal.
Set your
before you
spawn
go.
first.
At least jump in the portal before you go.
Set your spawn. Put everything you don't want being lost into the ender chest.
Okay. Oh wow, thank you. Let's
Mhm.
Oh, I accidentally took them back.
Gosh, my
All right, everybody around the portal. Don't go in yet. Everybody around the portal.
Yeah, that's
Nice and careful.
I didn't bring my extra boots, so...
Nice and careful.
If you have better boots, put on better boots.
Better boobs.
Put on better boobs.
Better
That's
boobs.
I love boobs.
Better boobs.
Put them on.
Me too. I would take mine off.
I'll
One
take
thing,
yours, Cat.
boobs.
Okay.
If you hand them over.
I would love to hand him over.
Everyone.
Night, Finn.
Good night, guys.
No, no, don't go, don't go.
I must. I'm sorry.
Stay,
Bye.
stay,
okay.
stay.
You
Damn.
literally
Okay,
did
John's
it.
on
Alright.
the to zero.
Oh my god. Woo!
Oh god.
Oh shit.
All right, careful, careful, careful. Everybody crouch. Shift, shift, shift. Careful.
This was a terrible idea.
Yep.
Nobody came
What
to
else
the
are
end
we supposed to
beforehand.
do?
Your
One
mother
watcher
and your
rolled
father.
on the platform.
The ants go marching 2 by 2. Hurrah.
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 Whoa!
Know your assignments, people.
Someone's a little grouchy.
Coming down, coming down.
You stupid bitch!
You stupid fuck.
I'm gonna get this tower.
Fuck you, I didn't do anything. I didn't fucking do anything.
Not wearing the helmet so they look at you.
God damn it, I haven't hit her one time yet!
You need to come down so I can fucking hit her and poison her. Down. Let me hit
I'm
you.
so bad at
anything!
I'm missing the damn crystal ever so slightly.
Yeah,
Okay,
same.
I'm just gonna kill crystals because I can't hit with a bow.
Got it.
I'll get the caged crystals.
Nice. Oh, I got an empty bottle. I don't have my empty bottle.
Fill up your empty bottles with the dragon's breath. I'm gonna get this one. Oh, Elias got it. Are there any more left for me to help with? Okay, no, someone's
the
up
really
there.
tall one this way. Scarlet, over here.
This one?
Okay.
Okay, I go get one.
That really tall
empty
one.
bottle, Fred?
Okay,
I have
I'm
empty
gonna
bottles.
get this one.
Right there.
Yeah,
Some
pick
breath.
up the dragon's breath, other people.
I don't have any empty bottles yet. Literally none of us have been able to hit her, and she hasn't come down here yet because nobody's like.
I haven't hit her either.
One person hit her.
There's no crystal up here, Queen.
I thought I saw it. I'm sorry.
You have my gold helmet.
Yes I do.
Thank you. And I don't know if there's anything else.
Do you have water?
Yet.
I have slow. Oh, I can bucket clutch.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's coming down. She's coming down. Get in the thing.
Is she?
Yeah, she's coming down.
Thanks. You.
Yep.
Thanks, Cap.
I got you. Get her ass!
Ow, fuck.
Do you have slow falling? Take your slow falling. If someone needs it, I have it.
I successfully poisoned her once, and I will again.
Good job, Ray. Proud of you. Arctic, do you
No!
need a bow?
No! Stop! Put it away! Put it away! Water hurts me!
She's coming back down.
God.
Someone get her face.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die.
Fuck!
So lucky I don't take fall damage.
I'm so glad
Where
I
am I
got
supposed
poisoned.
to aim? I feel like every time I hit it, I don't do any damage.
Aim towards the head.
Yeah,
That's the easiest
you
hit.
do more damage with her head when you're meleeing her.
Yeah.
If you're
But
I need
but
more
her head can
arrows.
shoot you into the sky.
Yeah,
you have to be
you gotta be
careful.
careful.
Oh, I don't mind being in the sky.
Guys,
Yeah, true. You're like the best person to go after it.
Exactly. That's the
We almost got her, guys. Look at her fucking health.
Yeah, we got her.
Kick her ass.
Look at the arrows all over the place.
Can I get? I want to hit. I want to get a hit.
She's coming down. We got her! Get out of it! Get out of it! Get out of it! Get out of it! Woo!
It's raining.
I made it to level 32 without dying!
Woo!
I clicked on it. It went
I got it. I got it.
You got torches?
I have one.
Woo!
Yay!
Yeah.
Pride.
I'll get the.
Scribble
Yeah,
down.
pass it around. Hot potato, hot potato.
Hot potato. Hot potato.
Got it.
Next
Should we take a group selfie outside the portal?
Yes.
Oh my God, Screeny.
Alright.
I got it.
Here.
Who hasn't got it yet?
I haven't.
L.
Oh, let me take off my.
Someone's died.
Here.
I want to take off my helmet.
I'm not gonna take off mine because I don't.
Yeah, everybody look up a little bit. Look up a little bit.
Enderman.
Oh, Pride, careful!
Put your helmet back on.
Why? Why?
Because you're gonna look at the Enderman eyes.
Alright, here.
Just look down.
Wait, who am I? Wait, where am I looking for the picture?
Hold on. I'm getting Pride back in. Pride, look down, okay?
Look down.
I need to be in the front. I'm
Tell Pride to look down. I'm
Look down. GG's team.
We did it.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah.
This is the second time I've ever defeated the Ender Dragon, and the first time was the hardcore world.
This is like the
Now I get to celebrate the
20th
Taco Bell.
time.
We didn't do it.
There we go.
We had to respawn the dragon in the
like,
hardcore
I'm so
world. I
sorry.
wasn't counting that as one of my
Thank you.
my wins. Also, because I had like 30
Stop.
of you doing
this
most of the work.
Okay.
Everybody get it. Get
All right.
the picture.
Everybody, picture time.
already went through. I'm so sorry.
If you have height differences, tall people in the back.
I'm in the
I don't
back.
have it on, but
I'm in the back.
I'm in the back.
You are not in the back.
Wait, are we gonna go back to world spawn?
No, we're gonna go back
no.
to the stronghold. We have to walk back.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
God.
Or we can
Unless
just break
we
the bed
put
and
our
die.
entirety of the inventory in ender chest
Now wait.
and just
If
die.
someone volunteers to go back and break the bed, our
I'll
spawn
break
point
the
will
bed.
be lost, and we'll go back to spawn.
Everybody get in the picture, and whoever's closest to the middle, take the photo
That's fine.
and send it into chat.
Just put it in ender chest.
All right.
Or something.
I can do it.
Elias, get in the picture.
I think that was a pretty
Who the fuck just fell in the portal?
It was Scarlet.
Hold on, let me get away from the portal and get her back in. All right.
Who's taking the picture?
Either Levi or Scarlet can take the photo.
Take it. I'm right in the middle.
Oh god. My mic moves so easily, so I just like make one move and I'm like, fuck.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
Fall or knock something off my desk.
still here?
And I've already had something knocked off my desk and break today,
Wait.
so I don't need any more.
Aren't we missing 2 people?
Let's see.
Yeah, where's
Arctic cat.
where's 8?
I can take the picture.
Finn left.
Oh.
There.
Finn left. Did 8 fall into the portal or did they offer to break the bed?
I know someone dying because there's a bunch of like stuff.
The fuck was that noise?
Here, just everyone look up at me. I got my F1 already done. I can take the screenshot.
We're waiting for people.
Yeah, like I'm just saying you can take your pumpkins off because if you just look at me, you won't be looking at Enderman.
I don't want to.
You're looking too high up.
Who punched me?
Oh, I don't know.
Would be the
I
slime
fell
one.
in the hole.
Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you. You were invisible.
Somebody needs to relog. Somebody needs to relog.
Pride, relog. There you go.
Right.
Take off your pumpkins and look at Arctic.
Oh my god, hey.
Elias, they're gonna hit you now. Oh, Pride.
I think Pride might have more deaths than me at this point.
Alright, well, is
Alright.
anyone exploring
Pride's here.
or...
Aiden.
No, my bed's
Eight's back.
I'll
Eight's back.
another time now.
Eight's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, quick.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yep, that's it.
Quick.
Because there's
Get
9 of us,
closer.
right?
Everybody in.
Take the picture!
You guys aren't okay. Ray, get over a little bit more to your right. Scarlet, get over to your right and back up a little bit.
Off, weirdos.
Yeah, take your pumpkins off. It's okay.
Scarlet, to the right and take your pumpkin off.
She's talking to
To the
Chuck
right!
now.
Is this the right?
Yes.
Too far. Too far. Back a little bit. There you go. Scooch back. Scooch back. Scooch back. Scooch back. Scooch back. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, and then Queen, stand by Ray. And then Ray,
I
scooch
love
a little
this
closer to
direction.
Scarlet. And then
This is like
Queen,
an
can you
FM.
scooch over a little bit more closer to Scarlet? Do you want this to look good or not?
I love
And then Elias, can you move over by Ray?
This is just as dysfunctional as we are.
I love it.
Family
It reminds me
picture.
of that.
Apple, can you scooch over closer to Scarlet? There you go, perfect. And then
I'm
that
sorry,
should
Levi.
be
Are you
perfect.
Apple? I don't think so.
No, I noticed my shield was going through someone, so.
What the
Me.
fuck?
It was going through me. That happens a lot.
Queen, can you not crouch real quick?
Queen's
Okay, when you crouch, for some reason it puts a hole through Scarlet's chest, and I can see the bedrock.
Oh yeah, it's the username.
Yeah. So, Queen, do you want to? Okay, this should work.
F1 fixes that usually.
Yeah, just do F1.
It still shows your username.
Really? Not with 9.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, I am.
It
Yeah.
does. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Well, when you're still, I don't know.
Scarlet, get off the fucking ledge. You already
Get off the
fell
ledge.
once.
Down.
Trying to be taller than you are.
Ray, can you rotate just a little bit? A little more? A little more?
I'm 7 feet tall.
There we go.
No, you're not.
Perfect.
Scarlet, I'm canonically
Alright, I got a
7
fuck ton of
feet tall.
screenshots. I'll send them in the server.
Woo!
Elias, why?
All right.
Wasn't in the photo.
Quick, pumpkins back on. Pumpkins back on.
Yeah.
Before we all die again.
I'm staring at you, Endermans.
What you gonna fucking do about it?
Can we make an Enderman farm? We have plenty of blocks.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we didn't really use that many blocks because.
Right.
Is that just
Scholar.
where you do 2 blocks tall and then do like a...
Scholar.
What?
There,
It's time to
you
end
can
the stream now.
you can do that.
Okay.
You can
Bye,
do that.
everyone.
But there's
Bye.
Enderman
Dad
farm.
says I have to go to sleep. Bye.
The cutout.
Bye.
Let's build an Enderman farm.
I'm gonna go back for now.
Oh, okay.
Woo!
I didn't break the bed.
We did it
But
on
my
purpose.
ender chest is there, so no
There
one
we
can
go.
get their ender chest
You can
stuff.
make another one.
I have
It's
one
8
at home.
obsidian
It's
and an
fine.
eye of ender.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, guys. I love you all. Thanks for journeying with us,
Of
Captain. Thank you for lobbying the gods for their lenience.
Of course.
We appreciate it. I owe you netherite.
Oh, Scarlet, do you want the dragon's breath?
Oh yeah, can I have? I got 2, but
I gotta go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
hell yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, did you get
Good
some
night.
too?
Night.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
What's the
Good night.
problem? What happened?
Scarlet has to end stream.
Well, no. What's with the what chest? What was the problem?
She left her ender chest in the stronghold because somebody broke the bed, so he came back to build spawns.
I said I was going to, so I guess I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No worries. We'll just run back
Arctic, before you go back, do you want stuff?
All right, I'm gonna head back over to the house. I'm gonna empty my inventory, and that'll be it for the night. Yeah, it was a long ass stream. We're about to hit 5 hours. Holy fucking shit! I didn't expect it to be this long. Because it took us a half hour just to like get everyone situated and actually get going. Which I guess I should have expected from our group. Our group is literally a very dysfunctional family. But, I mean, we got going. So, something. Oh fuck, my helmet's in the... Oh, that's fine. Whatever. I still have another fucking bow that isn't mine. That keeps happening. Another thing. But, yeah, anyway. I'm going to, and I have a lot of pots that I don't need now. So that's something. What did I do with that chest? Oh, I added, oh no, here it is, okay. We're gonna pop this here and just chuck this stuff in here, I guess. Even when I lose my head, guillotine. Bum buddy, bum bum buddy. Okay. So I can use these for future endeavors. Beautiful. I have to make some banners and decorate my place with some banners in the future. I mean, I can keep this stuff on me. That's no hardship there. All that, and I still have